Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Councilman Eugene Green representing District D. I purposely delayed just a little bit, and I want to appreciate the patience of our Brother Martin cheerleading team, our national championship cheerleading team, and the individuals who are going to come before us first. So I'm going to ask Dylan Rotan, Jaden Marion Hall, and Nia Ellis to come forward. They're from Brother Martin High School and also John F. Kennedy High School. This is a Brother Martin High School day. And John Kennedy. Come forward, if you will, to the table. Right here. Come on, Naya. Jaden. Dylan. Is it Dylan? All right. I know that you all don't want to do this, but I want you to come around and come to this table for a second. We can't do that with the whole cheerleading team, but I want to do it with you all because it's 3 of you all. Though we don't have to have a council chambers full. I want you all to know that there are many people who watch these meetings, and of course they're taped and they'll see them again. We have 3 outstanding students, and I like to focus on the positive that we have that's going on in our city relative to our youth, what they're doing to make our city a better city and how they're moving forward. We have Dylan Rotan. All right, trying to use another language. Rotan, of Brother Martin High School. He was selected to the United States Senate Youth Program, and there are only 2 representatives from each state in this program. So congratulations, Dylan, for representing us so well. Jaden Marion Hall, yeah. Jaden Marion Hall of Brother Martin High School is one of the champions of the National STEM Challenge. He created Therasol, a smart therapeutic shoe that uses real-time monitoring and customization to provide continuous support and pain relief for shoe wearers. Congratulations on that. Let's give him a round of applause. And Nia Ellis of John F. Kennedy High School is one of the champions of the National STEM Challenge. We have champions. This is Champions Day today. She created Winglet, an affordable watch that can monitor signs of a stroke for individuals 55 years and older. How about a round of applause for that? Dylan, for just a minute, introduce yourself, and then Jaden and Nia talk to us for a second about your inventions. We got 2 minutes each. Dylan.
Hi, so yes, my name is Dylan Roten. This Senate Youth Program, it's started by the United States Senate during the Kennedy administration, and it's funded by the Hearst Foundation. And what it really seeks to do, it's a pretty rigorous selection process. We had to do essays, we had to do interviews, we had a public affair exam and everything. But we met President Joe Biden, we met Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and just a bunch of really high-ranking government officials. So it was really awesome to get to represent Louisiana, New Orleans, and Brother Martin, and to get to communicate with these leaders of such renown.
Well, thank you and congratulations. We appreciate the fact that you are representing us so well. Thank you, Dylan. Jaden Marion Hall, also of Brother Martin. Tell us about Therasol for a second.
Good morning. My name is Jaden Hall, and I created the Therasol. So the Therasol is basically a smart therapeutic shoe that can offer pain relief by using wireless technology to help stimulate blood flow in your feet so you can be able to have pain relief. And the goal is just to help people who have the same disability like I have. I have flat feet, and it has impacted my life in a major way. I wasn't able to do the things that I used to do. So I kind of just wanted other people to hear my story and really know what it's all about and what the Therasol can possibly do.
Thank you very much for that. Let's give them a round of applause. And that's the essence of entrepreneurship, seeing a need and filling that need, and also you're experiencing that need. So I think your product is going to be very successful. Thank you. All righty. Nia Ellis, John F. Kennedy High School, the Cougars. Tell us about Winglet.
Good morning, Mr. Green. My name is Nia Ellis, and yeah, my project is named Winglet. Winglet is a early stroke detection watch that monitors different symptoms of a stroke within your body. And if any of those symptoms are happening, it will alert your emergency services, your emergency contact, and your emergency responders, so they could take the, help you, as well as, this was something close to me, so it was like just something that I really wanted to make and create.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Over time, that will certainly save lives. So appreciate that. So again, today we celebrate these three young people, but we celebrate youth in our city and what you all are doing to make our city a better place. I like to focus on the positive. I raised three children here in the city, all of whom are college graduates doing well. I love to see this success starting on a high school level. I'm pleased to have Brother Martin High School and John F. Kennedy in my district among 8 high schools that are in my district. So I see our youth from a unique perspective. I'm invited to many meetings, to many graduation ceremonies and the like, and I see so much positive going on. Dylan, Jaden, and Naya, you are a representative of the best in our city. Congratulations to you, and come join me for a photo up front. All right?
Thank you.
That'll do.
Who's your initial for this?
I know that all the members of the Brother Martin cheerleading team are just so excited and wanting to get back to school right away. But we have today, I'm going to ask our head coach, Jessica Frasina, head coach Ben Cartner, assistant coach Sarah Gaspard, and assistant coach Blake Mulligan, and moderator Sharina to come forward and have a seat for a second. Whoever's here among who I just mentioned. These are all nice. Congratulations, and as we celebrate youth and champions, we're here this morning to celebrate the Brother Martin cheerleading team. The Brother Martin cheerleading team won the Universal Cheerleading Association National High School Cheerleading Championship. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. And the Brother Martin High School Crusaders, located right there on the Legion Fields in Gentilly for many decades, have won 2 national championships and finished in the top 3 every year for the past 5 years. That's a tremendous accomplishment. I certainly appreciate you all being here. I'm honored to be in your presence with these kind of credentials and this kind of success. So congratulations. And if you'll introduce yourself to the public that's watching and to everyone here today, Coach, and tell us a little bit about your team.
Hello. Hi, I'm Blake Mulligan. I'm the assistant coach for Brother Martin High School. We have a great team. You know, we have a lot of girls from a lot of different schools, and we're just so young. And this year we really grown and we gotten so close. And yeah, we won. Hit both days and dub. That's all I can say.
Tell the public a little bit about the championship. Where did you go, for example?
Oh, we went to
How
Orlando.
do you get to the level where you're recognized to participate?
Just hard work throughout the years. Having people to come back who cheered in college and helping out this great team and them wanting to learn. We go to Orlando every year and we compete twice a year. It's not like baseball or football where we have 16 games or 160 games. We get one weekend and we go out one time. So it's make or break. So we work all year just for a 2-minute and 30-second routine. So it's pretty intense. It's pretty crazy, but we do what we have to do.
Takes a lot of discipline to do that.
Yes,
members
sir.
of the team to be able to focus that much for that short stint that you're going to
Yes,
be
sir.
performing. So I congratulate you all, and looking forward to much more success in the future. So to all who are watching, I introduced the Universal Cheerleading Association National High School Cheerleading Championship team from Brother Martin High School. Let's give them everybody a strong round of applause. And thank you, Coach. And I'm going to ask our cheerleading team members to come forward to where you saw the others take the photo. I have proclamations for each of you all. And the proclamations basically read, thank you for your contributions and success in enhancing the quality of life for the residents of our great city of New Orleans, because that's what you all have done through your championship. And it recognizes you as individuals on the Universal Cheerleading Association National High School Cheerleading Championship Team 2024. Thank you. Call out names. Yeah, I'm
Hey Curtis, how are you? Why don't you start bringing up the scholars? Y'all can come to the table.
Then the seats are out, y'all just kind of fall in behind them.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you all today?
Good.
Awesome. So first, let me start by saying congratulations to all of you and to explain to those who are watching online today and some who are in the audience to explain why you all are here today. So last month, the New Orleans Pelicans star player CJ McCollum partnered with College Beyond to announce the 2024 McCollum Scholars. With initial investment of $1 million, the program will provide 10 Pell-eligible New Orleans high school students with a scholarship of up to $80,000 for over 4 years. The McCollum Scholars Program is designed to provide financial, socio-emotional, and academic support to low-income high school students in Orleans Parish. And College Beyond is dedicated to college access and success and aims to bridge the gap in college degree attainment for Pell-eligible students. In its 8-year history, College Beyond has guided more than 1,200 students through college by providing their participants the opportunity to go on college tours and receive guidance throughout the college application process. In partnership with CJ and College Beyond, this will allow students' dreams to come true and to be able to afford the college experience. So being recognized today, we'd like to make note of the College and Beyond executive leadership team by recognizing Ms. Clara Barron Hippolyte?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I got it right. And she's the executive director, College Beyond board chair, and CJ Consulting CEO, Dr. Chantel George. Nice to see you, Ms. George. College Beyond director of high school programs, Jeremy Davis. Hey, Mr. Davis, good to see you. And then let me go through the different scholars who are being recognized today, and then I'll give you all the opportunity to make comments. Scholar Alejandra Flores Rasgado. Alejandra here? No, not here. Okay. Karia Billu. Nice to see you. We've got Kylie Brown.
Keely Brown.
Keely Brown. Awesome. Thank you for correcting me. Ezekiel Whitley.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice to see you. Ezekiel, nice to see you. Gerald Jackson. All right, Gerald. Zayden Hills.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jaden Simmons. Not here. Okay. Arsenio Bolds.
Good morning.
Good morning. Alyssa Merlin. Hey, Alyssa. And then I think we've got a couple who weren't able to be here. Nandi Gales and Akeem Nelson. Congratulations to all of you. We are so incredibly proud of you and excited that you're going to be able to fulfill your dreams going to college. And we can't wait to see all that you're able to achieve and become. The city council is proud of you. The city of New Orleans is really proud of you. With that, I'll turn it over to whoever would like to make some comments.
Hi, my name is Clara Barron Hippolyte. I'm the executive director. And I just want to thank you so much for inviting us here today. These students are incredible, and it's been an honor to go through this process with them. We had over 500 applications for these 11 spots. And so these students went through numerous interviews. We did group interviews. They went through the gamut. And so we're really excited that these scholars really represent the excellence that the city of New Orleans has to provide the world, and just really excited to go on this journey with them over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Any of you all like to say anything?
I can say something.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say that I'm tremendously grateful for the opportunity that College Beyond and CJ McCollum has given us. I feel like they've shown us a lot of support and love throughout the whole foundation. And I just want to say thank you for what you guys have done.
Awesome. Anybody else?
I also have something to say. I'd like to say thank you to everybody who won, and thank you to the supporting guests that we have behind us. Because without them, I mean, we probably wouldn't even be here right now, honestly. So really, it's just a warm thank you to everybody around me and all of the recipients of the scholarship also.
Awesome. Councilmember Harris?
You know, I just want to say what Council President has said. We are just so very proud of you and your accomplishments. You are showing the world really what New Orleans can do. And I am just so grateful for you, for your accomplishments, and I know that you will continue to do great things. So keep us updated. This is not the last time you'll see us. Keep us updated. And I just wish the world for you, and I know you'll achieve it.
Yes. So we do have a proclamation from the city council to College Beyond. We also have a proclamation for each one of the scholars as well. Let me read the one for College Beyond, and then we'll go down and we'll give everyone their own proclamation. Be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognizes College Beyond for the vital role your organization plays in supporting the success of New Orleans high school students by helping to provide a means or for them to achieve their goal of obtaining a college degree and preparing them to be successful in school and upon entering the workforce. Thank you for your dedication to students by working toward college access and success. And it's signed by all 7 members of the New Orleans City Council. Thank you for all that you do. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you.
Five in the back row, and then we can do 4.
We need you here all the time coordinating.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is Thursday, May 2nd. This is our full council meeting. We're getting ready to get started. We will start with roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Thomas,
He's present.
Councilmember Green, Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
We have 5 members, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin with our invocation by Pastor Botan. For those of you who are able, please stand.
Let's all bow our heads for a moment of prayer. Father, how we thank you, how we honor you, how we adore you. We thank you for your presence that is in this place. We thank you for giving us another day, another opportunity, and another moment to come together, dear God, as a city, to come together to work on behalf of New Orleans to make it better. I pray now that your grace and your wisdom and your knowledge would rest upon this council. God, give them extra supernatural strength to do the right thing, to make things work in this city for its people. We thank you for your spirit of peace that is in this place. We ask your blessings today now. Amen.
Amen. Our pledge will be led by Councilmember Thomas.
Council members, we have approval of the minutes, April 4th, 2024, and April 18th, 2024.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll make a motion if I can get a second, please. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, vote your machines, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We need one more.
One more. Where'd Joe go?
Right here.
The other one? All right, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Special orders of business. First order of business, recognizing of Queen Taj Williams. Taj Williams has been passionate about the Mardi Gras Indians since she was 9, working her way up to the title of second queen of the Golden Eagles tribe. Williams is known for meticulously hand beating and sewing her Mardi Gras Indian costumes annually and never wearing the same ensemble twice. Known to make a statement and stun spectators, Williams has made a name for herself in national media campaigns for Team Bold, the City of New Orleans, and the NFL Super Bowl. A graduate of Tulane University with a degree in information technology, Williams is a support engineer for Microsoft.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we have a video that we want to play.
So volume.
All right, well, I will narrate the video. This is Queen Taj being featured as embroidering the logo for the New Orleans Super Bowl 2025. And it's really a moving commercial. We saw it during the announcement and I had tears in my eyes watching it. So I'm just so proud of you and happy birthday today. She is 26 years old and just fabulous. So let me just say a few words and then we'll let you speak and talk about all your accomplishments. So Queen Taj, in her 2020 Teen Vogue interview, Queen Taj Williams shared the importance of Black women in Mardi Gras Indian culture. She told the news outlet, quote, part of part of that message I wanted to show is that young Mardi Gras Indian women are strong and as deserving of attention as the men in the tribe. The queen is often the afterthought. I wanted to show how we are the backbone without stepping on men's toes. So I showed it through the beadwork and the suits. As a Black woman and an elected official, I was moved by her honesty. Black women often have to walk a thin line in the spaces that we occupy, and it's so beautiful to see you in this space. As an instrumental force, Queen Taj has been passionate about the Mardi Gras Indian culture since she was 9. Working her way up to the title of second queen of the Golden Eagles tribe, Williams is known for meticulously hand beading and sewing her Mardi Gras Indian queen suits annually and never wearing the same ensemble twice. She's made a name for herself nationally, designing the Super Bowl's 59th logo, and that will be for this Super Bowl 2025 in New Orleans. As a proud graduate of my alma mater, Tulane University, Queen Taj studied information technology and works for Microsoft. I'm so proud to honor you here today. I'm so proud that your family is here in the audience with you, and I would love to hear from you about whatever you want to talk about. The floor is yours.
First, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for always shining a light on New Orleans culture, which is so important to me. When I think about my journey in this culture, it has not been easy at all, but it absolutely has been worth it. And I wouldn't change any part about that. When people see the Black masking culture, they usually think feathers, and if you know a little bit about the culture, you may think about how long it took us to make these suits, but it's much more than just a suit, you know. I think about all of the characteristics that make up this culture. One of them being resilience, one of them being persistent, you know. And I'm sorry, I'm trying not to know right now, but
take your time. Take your time.
Everything that you go through over the years and throughout that particular year, it's hard not to get emotional. But I want to let you all know that I am dedicated for hold me to this the next 50 years to preserving this culture, and the culture is in great hands of my generation.
Thank you so much. Lisa, I know you wanted to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Harris, and to the entire council. I'm just so proud and elated to serve in a position that celebrates, uplifts our culture, the economy of our culture. And I thank each of you for the support and the acknowledgement that you provide to our culture. We are more than locally, regionally, nationally. We are internationally known. And I believe our culture is a driving force of our economy for the city and the state. And so I just want to express the thanks that I have that Queen Taj is making to the world and our sports world, and also Flag Boy Giz internationally as well. And we are looking for our artists to continue, and we have an opportunity to continue to lift them up from a Grammy recording level as well. So I just want to put that in there because we are in an opportune time to see our artists rise to Grammy and Academy Award winning levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first, on behalf of my family and their tribe, the late Chief, Big Chief Rudy Bocage, Chief Romeo, Ninth Ward Hunters, to know the culture is to know Carmen and Dorothy, Edna Mae, Carolyn Green, and Carmen and many of Donella, Auntie Jerry, Brewster, women, many of them who are no longer here, but who've been part of the culture but never recognized over decades. So to see this young sister, as accomplished as she is academically, intellectually, and educationally, be true to what I think is, you know, New Orleans, we different. And right now, the soul of New Orleans is under attack, being diluted. To see young folk who not only are as accomplished as you are on the surface, but understand the roots. I know that those women I just named, who sold, who beaded, who
knew the chants, who knew the songs, who knew what the essence was, I feel comfortable knowing that though there are people trying to dilute our culture, take our culture and replace us, I know that we're strong with people like you. So God bless you, young lady. Thank you on behalf of all my ancestors.
Councilmember Green.
Queen Taj, happy birthday. First thing, it's a great birthday, a great way to celebrate it, but also thank you for the role that you play in really encouraging so many others to continue to do as you've done, to just continue to promote our culture and continue to serve and recognize that the city of New Orleans is a very, very special place. I'm sure that there were times that you said, maybe this is a little hard and maybe I don't want to do it this way. But in the midst of that, you've gotten a great education and you have a great job and you continue it. So you really serve as an inspiration to a lot of people, especially a lot of young Black women who continue to promote our city, but in seeing you will even probably do more to continue to promote our culture. So thank you for all that you do. It's good to know you. I know a lot of people who know you, including my son, and they speak of your personality, the great personality that you have. But thank you very much for promoting. My son will be so pleased when he sees the photos today of you. But I'm just pleased to be a resident of New Orleans, and you're a reason why. I appreciate your promoting our culture and being so successful as you are. Thank you.
And guess what? We got the audio to work and I cannot let you leave without looking and making the audience look at this video because it is so spectacular and moving. Maybe we got it working. Come on, Anita.
Take us out.
Yeah.
Is it muted?
I want to talk about it.
On the computer's muted, I think. There we go. Let me just close out by saying this. I am the only Black woman sitting up here. So I know the pressure that you feel. I know it. And I know that as you continue on your career, you're going to feel even more pressure. But I know that your shoulders can handle it. There's so many young women looking up to you. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Want to do it now? You're gonna.
Can we move on to our second order of business?
Yeah.
And
We'll take-
hang out just
Yeah.
for a minute.
Yeah.
We do have a proclamation, but let's do them after we do our flag Boy Giz. So we can do them together.
Second order of business, recognition of Flag Boy Giz. Flag Boy Giz is a musician, cultural performer, bead worker, producer, and an MC from New Orleans, Louisiana. For nearly a decade, he has been a member of the historic Wild Chapatoulas Black Masking Indians, a tribe of cultural barriers whose music was made famous in the 1970s by the legendary funk group, the Meters and the Neville Brothers. His 2022 breakout single, We Outside, has amassed over 50,000 views on YouTube and over 55,000 streams on Spotify. Black Boy Giz was named Best Emerging Artist by the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund in 2022, and a year later appeared at the world-renowned New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival and French Quarter Festival. He became the cover star of Upbeat, the city's preeminent music and cultural publication. On his debut album, Flag Boy of the Nation, Flag Boy Giz embraced his music, upbringing and merging it with early New Orleans brass band, hip hop, and bounce music. Since its release, Flag Boy Giz has garnered tremendous acclaim, appearing in Lil Wayne's Louisiana Fest, Red Bull Street Kings, and the National Fried Chicken Festival. He partnered with the well-known visual artist Brendan B. Mike Odoms in forming the Two Cent Collective together, and the two attended the Distinguished Art Basel, where Giz prestigious sewing and beadwork appeared through his music and his artwork. Flag Boy Giz represents the past and the future of Mardi Gras Indian culture, which he describes as the backstreet cultural organization from the segregated history of Mardi Gras in its generation space.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we have a video that is just gonna hype this whole chamber. Anita, we get a request to turn it up.
I was so hesitant for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about boy, you're so cold. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl. I was so hesitant for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about boy, you're so cold. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl. Mardi Gras walking in the street like I run a town. Don't blow your horn. Come on now, y'all supposed to be a legend. I gotta get your I'm a whole park legend. I was making cars stop at the D shop. You got to come out. Go. Something wrong with the city. We gonna meet them all. Them other engines, they be hopping out of U-Haul. U-Haul engine, U-Haul engine. And I'm an old school engine walking across the city. U-Haul engine, U-Haul engine. And I'm an old school engine walking across the city. I'm buying feathers by the dozen just to play the dozen. Telling engine stand me, they need to study. I see shiny fingers what my chief say. I'm walking up the street, painted like stain. Painted like Eve Hunter. Don't let me get behind you. Coming with a cloud of ganja. I passed the St. Thomas walking to South Liberty. I told the engine I'm too pretty for you to be ribbon heat. St. Joseph night no killing me. I was so hustling working for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about boy, you're so cold. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl. I was so hustling working for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about boy, you're so cold. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl. Walking through the smoke, good at Kawasaki. Everybody come see me now, look out for Jabberwocky. It ain't competition.
The entire thing.
I got the stones on my gloves like they ain't no walking past the float. You know what make me happy? When I be walking with a happy, looking for a happy. Since it's at the sea, Flag Boy, across the magazine, full magazine, chief say, tell us spy ball to the mouth of me. Any engines causing trouble, it's a killing spree. We got two engines running double in the third team. Just like I turn the trouble when they standing at my feet. Second and deep. See when you see him with a bucket, boy, they told down. Just know it's gonna vote come round us when it go down. I was so hustling working for the Mardi Gras. Boat in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about how you Super Bowl. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl. I was so hustling working for the Mardi Gras. Boat in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about how you Super Bowl. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl.
Right? Look, Flag Boy Giz. You know, that is my hype song. I put it on before I go out. It's one of my favorite songs in the world. And I know that you've worked so hard in your music and just representing the Black masking Indian culture. You know, I'm just super proud of you, but I know my colleagues have other things to say. So, Councilmember Thomas.
I mean, our shoot, sign, and blink, that's what make our chief. That's what make our chief sing now, man. First of all, your performances are legendary. I tell folk all the time, I could listen to New Orleans music all day, from Romeo Man to Old Eliza to A Pathway to We Outside, because we always outside.
Yeah.
We outside the known. We outside what they expect. We still outside, we still survive when they don't want us. Keep doing your thing, Jid.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Green.
There's only one Super Sunday. He ain't the Super Bowl.
No, that's it.
Right next to the person who designed the logo for Super Bowl. In the spirit of New Orleans. But look, Flag Boy, who I've known for a very long time as a resident of Pontchartrain Park. And I want you all to know I'm gonna date myself, but I remember when Flag Boy was actually born. Aaron Hartley is a good friend of mine from Pontchartrain Park and from Bethany Church, but it was certainly, what'd I say? Aaron Hartley, yes. It was a pleasure to watch you grow up, Aaron Hartley.
Don't do that, man.
Great guy all of his life. But thank you for promoting the culture. I was there on Sunday at the Jazz Fest. Appreciate your performance. A lot of people were talking, they had to get over to that stage because you were there. And you're so young, and I just look forward to continuing to see you grow in our city. But thank you for representing us so well. I know that there's a Grammy to come in the future. I just know you, and I know your enthusiasm and your entrepreneurial spirit, but also the fact that you have a great family, Sharon and Paula and the grandmothers and all who helped to raise you. You grew up in a great community and you contributed so much to our city. Just looking forward to watching you continue on your upward trajectory as far as your career is concerned. But thank you very much. All right, Flag Boy.
Flag Boy.
First, thank you to the council for acknowledging me. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for reaching out to me today. I'm honored to be here on what is the 50th anniversary of the Wild Chapatoulas. Just yesterday, Valence Street was renamed Neville Way in honor of the Neville brothers. So to see them become world renowned with what was popular at the time, that funk music, and for now me to be slowly rising with the music sound that's going viral today. I'm just honored to be able to show this tradition and this culture to the world, to fans who've never heard it or never seen it. Honored to be sitting next to Queen Taj. I've told her so much of my admiration for her over the years, just in how amazing her artistry is. None of this can be done without my cameraman Dwight right here. He directed every single music video. Yeah. He is there with me shooting every Mardi Gras, Super Sunday, St. Joseph's Night. We got slow motion movie cameras out there, and we've done that with the funding that we have sought out to make sure that these visuals are coming to life through different agencies throughout the city. New Orleans Tourism and Culture Fund has been step by step making sure I have the money to create suits every year. So I thank you to this city, and I'm just glad I'm being honored and able to speak up and be a voice for a lot of the Black masking Indians of the city.
Thank you.
So thank y'all.
Thank you. Lisa?
To reiterate again, thank you all. And we just support our culture through the work that we do. And that's what we're here to do and committed to do, so that they may rise and elevate the culture here in the city to the highest levels that we haven't even imagined as of yet. So thank you to our culture as well.
Yeah, I reiterate that. We named Neville Way yesterday, and there's a through line from the Neville brothers to you that is absolutely evident, and you are just magnificent.
Thank you.
Truly magnificent. And I, like Queen Taj, have so many hopes for you, Grammy, in your future.
Hopefully.
And I can't wait to celebrate that when that happens.
Right.
But just seeing you Super Sunday at the second lines, St. Joseph's Night, the video is stunning. So thank you. Stunning. And I just want to celebrate both of you today. We have proclamations for you both, and if you don't mind, I'll read a little bit from both of them. The first is Queen Taj. So it has all these things, but the meat of it is, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognized Queen Taj Williams, in celebration of your hard work, passion, and creativity in the Mardi Gras Indians culture and masking community. As the second queen of the Golden Eagle tribe, you have managed to make local history and gain recognition in several media campaigns, including the NFL Super Bowl. May your steadfast contributions and stunning hand beating continue to leave a lasting impact on the city of New Orleans and its inhabitants for countless years to come, and it's signed by every member of the city council. Thank you. And not to be outdone. Be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognizes Flag Boy Giz in celebration of your dedication, creativity, and representation in the Mardi Gras Indian culture and masking community. As a member of the historic Wild Tchoupitoulas Black Masking Indians, you have made tremendous strides in the music industry, embracing several genres and garnering acclaim of many local artists and organizations. May your steadfast contributions and unique artistry continue to leave a lasting impact on the city of New Orleans and its inhabitants for countless years to come. Again, signed by every single member of this council. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
And we're going to take some photos and then get you out of here. Good morning.
Third order of business, New Orleans Health Department and City Health recognizes New Orleans as a city advancing health promoting, prevention-oriented policies that support community health. Dr. Jennifer Avegno, Director, New Orleans Health Department. Janine Donovan, Deputy Director, New Orleans Health Department. Hakeem Anderson, Government Affairs Director at City Health. City Health, an initiative of the D. Beaumont Foundation and Kaiser Prominent, is proud to award the city of New Orleans with its first overall gold medal for adopting health promoting policies. In this presentation, City Health will present a plaque commemorating the city's achievements and provide a brief remark that celebrates the city's commitment to proving all residents with the conditions needed to live a healthy, full life.
Oh, thank you. All right, good morning. So this is actually something really exciting. And look, when you get a gold medal, that's really exciting. So today we want to recognize the city of New Orleans and our health department because they're getting a very high honor from City Health. New Orleans is actually getting the gold medal when it comes to advancing health in our city and also prevention-oriented policies that support community health. New Orleans is only one of only 7 cities in the nation to achieve this particular honor. The city is in the top echelon of cities that prioritize health and well-being of residents by adopting health-promoting policies, and we now join Boston, Denver, Minneapolis, Portland, San Antonio, and St. Louis in getting this major honor. So with that, congratulations to you, Dr. Avegno, because many of this is the result of the work that you have done with your team in partnership with the city council. So we appreciate all that you have done. So with that, I turn it over to you and you can introduce who's with you.
Great, you want to go?
You can go.
No, I really want to thank everyone for highlighting this. We were really excited to learn this in the fall. The mayor was able to get her medal presented in front of all of the mayors at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, so that was really excited. And I want to thank our team, particularly Jeannie Donovan, our deputy director, who will say some few words in a minute, because if you don't have someone and a team dedicated to policy that has broad, deep, lasting implication for health, then this doesn't get done. So quite frankly, the honor belongs to her and her team. And I will say this, this is not the end. This is quite an honor. We are really grateful. We are grateful that this has been a priority of the administration. We're grateful this has been a priority of the council and that we have worked together on so many of these initiatives. And our other departments within City Hall have played a huge part in getting us to this point. So while we are excited, this is the beginning, because we really need to now make sure that these policies are translating to outcomes. We know that New Orleans still has great challenges when it comes to outcomes, when it comes to disparities, when it comes to health inequities. And so now it is the work of the health department and our partners to make sure that these policies are implemented in a way that make meaningful, lasting change for generations. So I will turn it over, Hakeem.
Yep. Thank you guys so much. It truly is an honor to be here before you and the exceptional staff that is here. I'm Hakeem Anderson, the Government Affairs Director for City Health, and I'm joined by several members of our Washington, D.C. based team, and we are thrilled to celebrate the City of New Orleans' first overall gold medal. I'll start by telling you who we are and what this gold medal means. We are City Health, a national health policy initiative from the Beaumont Foundation and Kaiser Permanente, and we work with America's largest city to adopt health-related policies that improve health outcomes and promote health equity for all people. Our policies help cities provide residents with a safe place to live, conditions for healthy body and mind, and a thriving environment for everyone that everyone can enjoy. And every year in December, we rate the 75 largest cities on these policies and award them with either a gold, silver, or a bronze medal. Our partnership with the City of New Orleans has its roots back in 2002 when we released our first assessment in our expanded footprint. The city then earned an overall silver medal, but the city is very resilient and persistent. And thanks to the work of the health department, the best health department in the country, I would say, we knew that New Orleans was going to get a gold. Under the leadership of the mayor and the actions of many of you on this council, and the steadfast support from the health department, the city worked to adopt new policies that are now on the books. And I've been able to share your gold level policies with many other cities and use New Orleans as an example, particularly when it comes to the legal support for renters policy, the right to counsel policies that was led by you, Council President Moreno. Thank you for that work on that. On behalf of the City Health team, I am proud to present each of you with a gold medal that you have and this plaque for the entire city, recognizing your overall gold medal. The city is only one of 7 in the country to have this award. It is a result of the true commitment to community health. The overall gold medal was achieved by earning individual gold medals in complete streets, green space, legal support for renters, safer alcohol sales, and the smoke-free indoor air bill. The city has also earned silver medals in affordable housing trust and high quality accessible pre-K, and a bronze medal in healthy food purchasing and healthy rental housing. And I do know that there is some work to update the healthy food policy so that we can turn that bronze into a gold. Congratulations to everyone who has helped with this. You have truly earned this award and you are a shining example to what's possible in the country. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Hakeem and City Council, for this recognition this morning. And I have to say that the work toward this gold medal predates Dr. Avegno and I, as Hakeem said, and includes many years of work of prior health directors, council members, and mayors. For example, two of our gold medal policies, smoke-free air and complete streets, started more than a decade ago. Though we've definitely been contributing to strengthening, protecting, and implementing those ordinances with rigor, including in collaboration with City Health over the last few years. And also, while it's this health department sitting at the table today, there are many other city departments, nonprofit organizations, and city leaders who have played a big role in achieving this gold medal for the city. Legal support for renters, healthy homes ordinance, and high quality accessible pre-K are three of the city health model policies that have huge implications for health, and that we've been proud to vocally support and work hand in hand with the mayor, all of you, and our sister city departments and community members to establish. Thank you to Akeem and the entire city health team for all of your support on the nitty-gritty policy details over the years, and to City Council for supporting the many initiatives, policies, and programs that we bring before you, including a few that we'll have before you today. And thank you, and congratulations to all of you as well.
Thank you. Well, really, I mean, of course, the congratulations really goes to you all, because you all have been the ones that have brought us these policies to move forward. And you all have been the ones who've done tremendous research and collected the data to show us why these policies are important to move forward, that it's just not like willy-nilly, you know, this looks like it would be a good thing. No, I mean, it's like you're always backing it up with important data and information. So we appreciate all that you do. And I know you work night and day. I know you do. So thank you for your commitment to the people of this city. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Harris and we'll move down the line.
Well, let me say first, thank you, Dr. Vigno. Thank you, Jenny. You guys have been amazing in all the work that you've done over the years. Just working with you directly on so many initiatives, including on our homelessness initiatives, on early child care, everything that you do. Everything that we do up here is driven in large part by your office and your department. So I want to thank you for that. I want to say to Akeem, you need to stay tuned and stay here because we have some things this meeting to strengthen residential care facilities, strengthen our commitment to affordable housing and creation of affordable housing, and ensuring on Council President's initiative, ensuring that our kids can eat this summer. So stay tuned, don't leave, so we can get gold in all the other categories because we certainly deserve it. You said we are the best health department in the country. I couldn't agree more. And listen, I just want y'all to keep up the good work. You're literally, as I said before, my favorite department in the city and probably the most effective. And I appreciate everything that you do, working day and night to strengthen this city. So thank you.
Vice President Morrell.
Thank you. I think much has already been said, but I do appreciate in particular the advocacy of our health department at the state and federal level. I mean, it's not enough that we have to deal with the struggles locally, and Jen has really become a clearinghouse of trying to solve the very problem we have in the city through the health department, but the ability for us to use you as a resource to go to the legislature to explain to them why things are good or mostly bad, it's been a tremendous asset. And I know a lot of our members of our delegation share in congratulating you because you've been a tremendous resource to them in helping explain to their colleagues how policies at the state level can negatively impact local policy. So thank you for all your hard work. This is an acclaim that is well deserved, and I'm sure one of many we'll see before long. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
What a week it's been already. Earlier this week, the Xavier University and Oshner came together and decided that they're going to, after 7 years of working to make it happen, they're going to create a new hospital, Zocom. At that meeting, medical school, what I say? I'm sorry, medical school. Xavier Oshner, I guess they say College of Medicine, but the bottom line is that a new medical school here in the city of New Orleans, which is a positive reflection upon what our city has to offer in terms of our commitment in certain areas, especially in the medical field, to educating young people to get involved with that. I do want to thank the Department of Health. Thank you, Dr. Vigno, for your enthusiasm and for the work that you've done that's made a difference. We got a lot of criticism during the COVID era. I guess that's the best time, the thing for me to call it, the era. But the bottom line is that we were doing the right thing. And as a city, we helped save lives. Mayor Cantrell, before she joined the ranks of mayor, promoted something that people still talk about, the ban on smoking. And that was brought up at the announcement relative to the creation of the new hospital, something that has helped people and has basically saved lives. Much of the work that you've done has saved lives, Dr. Avegno, and thank you, City Health, for your work that you've done and also for the work that you've done. But it's just important to recognize that in the midst of the many things that people hear, and they hear so much negative because it's headline grabbing sometimes, there is so much positive that is going on in our city. And this is an example. I proudly wear this gold medal. First person to throw it on. But I appreciate the fact that I'm able to wear, you got them too, right here on this side. We got them on already. But it's important to recognize, and I know all the council members will wear it proudly, because there is a role that we play in hearing the data and seeing the need, addressing it in the way that we can with legislation and sometimes funding, and it does make a difference in our city. As I continue to say, we're moving in the right direction as a city. We always will have some challenges out there, but if you want to look at where we've been to where we are now on some of the initiatives, you'll see that a lot has been done on a positive level. I'm so pleased, I'm so proud today, and thank you very much for the work that you all do.
Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, thank you, second gold medal. My first gold medal was on a national AAU team that we played on a long time ago. I believe in giving credit where credit is due. You don't have to always agree with the person. You don't always have to be aligned with them to make sure that when they're doing good things, you recognize them. And as wonderful as you guys are, y'all work for the mayor. And with as much criticism and this is real interesting to me, with as much under the gun with different things, then she needs to be part of this applause for getting a gold medal someplace. But also, Dr. Vegno, I think about Terrence DuVernay and Lenny Simmons, Dr. Morris Jeff, Kevin Stevens, and I say their names because they're people who were bigger than just the job they had with the city. Many of them went into national prominence. And I think the team that you guys have put together, and I think Dr. Vegno, because of your relationships, and not just on the surface, but the depth of your relationships, you really know our community. You really know our people. It ain't political for you. That I think you and your team represent the same standard of things that they represented. So I'm not surprised that a team led by you with these great men and women would bring home the gold, because we're a gold medal city. We just don't talk about it enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Congratulations to you all. We'll go to the front and take some quick photos.
Or do you maybe you? Oh, no, you got it. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This may be received. Communication from Jeffrey Swartz, Director of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Jeffrey Swartz, Director of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Jeffrey Swartz, Director of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Dan Jetras, Infrastructure Projects Administrative, Office of Resilience and Sustainability, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Joint Community Development Quality of Life Committee. We have a communication from Rick Hathaway, Director, Department of Public Works, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication from Rick Hathaway, Director, Department of Public Works, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans, 3000 Danielle Street, 24-09145, Demo Council District B. This may be received. We have a communication from Renee Livius, Management Development Specialist 2, Office of Independent Police Monitoring, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Ann Kirkpatrick, Superintendent of Police, New Orleans Police Department, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Eleanor Burke, Deputy Director, New Orleans and Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, City of New Orleans. This may be received. We have a communication from Don LaDuff, Chief Operations Officer, NOLA Public Schools. This may be received. We have a communication from Jeffrey Swartz, Director, Office of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Courtney Story, Chief Administrative Office, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the full City Council. We have a report of the Director of the Bucare Commission, 728 Dumaine Street. This may be received. We have a report of the Director of the Bucare Commission. Report of the Director of the Bucare Commission, 1022 Royal Street. This may be received. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 940 Frenchman Street. This may be received. We have a report of the Executive Director of City Planning Commission. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 5/16/2024. We have a report from Anita Curran, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, 3000 Danielle Street, application 24-09145 demo. This may be received. We have a report of Danielle Bird, Chief Administrative Office, Orleans Public Defenders. This may be received. We have calendar number 34,574 by Council Members King and Harris. This matter was referred to the Joint Community Development and Office of Life Committees. The Joint Community Development and Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 34,622 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received, referred to the Budget Committee. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,623 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. It was referred to the Budget Committee. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 34,624 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. It was referred to the Budget Committee. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,625 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. It was referred to the Budget Committee. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 34,626 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. It was referred to the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,627 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. It was referred to the budget committee. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,637 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. It was referred to the budget committee. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,638 by council members Moreno, Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. It was referred to the budget committee and the budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,644 by Councilmember Harris. Municipal address 3801 South Carrollton Avenue, zoning docket 924. We have ordinance calendar 34,648. This matter has been moved from the consent agenda and will come up on page 67 with an amendment. We have ordinance calendar number 34,661 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,662 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,663 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,664 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,665 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar 34,666 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. Budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,668 by council member Jerusalem by request. Budget committee recommended approval. Motion line over M24-162 by council member Thomas by request. This was referred to Public Works Committee. The Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion line over M24-164 by council member Thomas by request. This matter was referred to the Public Works Committee. Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion line over 24-165 by council member Thomas by request. This matter was referred to the Public Works Committee. The Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-170 by council member King by request. The Joint Community Development and Equality of Life Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-171 by councilmember King by request. The Joint Community Development and Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-172 by councilmember King by request. The Joint Community Development and Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-173 by councilmember Harris by request. The Joint Community Development and Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-174 by councilmember Thomas by request. The Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-175 by councilmember Thomas by request. The Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-176 by councilmember King. The Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-177 by councilmember King. The Government Affairs recommended approval. Motion 24-178 by councilmembers Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-179 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-180 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-181 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-182 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-183 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-184 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-185 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-186 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas. Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-187 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-188 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-189 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Motion 24-190 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Legislative grouping, Resolution 24-194 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Resolution R 24-195 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Utility, Cable, Telecommunication, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Resolution 24-196 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. We've got public comment. Up first is Niran Musa. All right, put that card to the side. George White. Come on up, Mr. White. Reminder, 2 minutes for public comment. Even if you put in several cards on an item, Mr. Burnside, it's 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to present to the council. Again, my name is George White, and I come to speak in support of items number 29 and 30 on the consent agenda, where the $8.1 million were being brought forward to the FY24 budget. I did want to point out that the current judgment backlog for the city is approximately $33 million, and that represents about 500 judgments that have not been paid or fully satisfied. And the fact that these funds are being brought forward, these are funds that weren't spent in FY23 and FY22. And thus that it seems like there's an issue with the city actually spending the money that's appropriated for judgments. This council has done an excellent job with appropriating funds. You appropriated $9 million in FY23, but the judgment funds are not being spent, and judgment holders that have been waiting, in some cases, 20 years to be paid are still waiting to be paid. And I hope the city council can do something in that regard to expedite the payment of judgments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Let's see. Miran?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'm here to present my comments on number 35 on the agenda concerning appropriations of funds to purchase bulletproof vests for the police department. With my utmost respect to the ones whose job it is to keep the citizens of this city safe, I must bring to the attention of this council that those vests would be better off on the students in the city protesting the war against Gaza. So far, our best and brightest are not safe. Their right to peaceful protest is under siege, along with the people of Gaza who are being bombarded relentlessly by the occupying state of Israel. I'm furious watching what's happening to the city. It terrifies me that our political leaders and leaders of universities and colleges in this city feel that it's okay to call the police dressed from head to toe in their riot gear, along with accompanying weapons that go with them, on our kids that just last year we were encouraging to speak up, speak out, show up, stand up for what you believe in, stand up for what's right. And today telling them that they don't know enough, that their opinions don't matter. And if they don't stand down, then they will be slammed down rather instead. It's a disgusting turn of events for the people of this city. I implore the leaders in this city to pave the way for justice and human rights, to be a beacon of hope and human rights for the rest of the country, since we as Katrina survivors understand what it's like to be left behind and ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm not a paid actor, and I'll point out that 2 minutes to discuss this is not something that I agree to. You have 53 items on the regular agenda and 63 on the consent. To give 2 minutes to cover 63 items is not something that I agree with, so I'll just go through whatever the heck I got here, and when you tell me to shut up, I'll go sit down. So let's see here, 62, it talks about, oh yeah, special rates of pay. We apparently are not paying our HVAC employees, and we're apparently not paying our plumbers, and we're apparently not paying our electricians, and we really should. Let's see, 53. On 53, we got something else. Oh, yeah, DNA. According to one of the people that tries to track these things with public records requests, we have over 100,000 DNA samples that have not been cleared by the NOPD. There, I should take care of that. Then we got number 28. Number 28, let's see here. What the heck's number 28 about? Oh, let's see, 28. Oh, yeah, paying judgments. I was going to say nice things like I saw your 51 on your regular agenda, and it's good that you're moving on that. Number 26. Let's see what number 26 was about. Oh, yeah, State Act 170. I've tried in emails to figure out what State Act 170 is, and I've got partial success in that I know who's done what, but I don't know how much money is going to whom, nor do I know why. It would be nice to know. And let's see, number 1. Oh, yeah. The utility pole at Felicity and Magnolia is just still sitting there rotten and nothing's being done. Oh, look at that, under 2 minutes.
Good job, Mr. Burnside. Thank you. Dr. Hakam Murad, followed by Paula Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've met a lot of you in person and some of you, I've met your staffers. My name is Dr. Hakam Murad. I'm representing the civil engagement arm of the Shura Council. The Shura Council is the collective of the greater New Orleans region and all the mosques and or masjids that reside within it. I'm commenting on consent agenda number 35 to further militarize our police. I am deeply disappointed in the lack of leadership on this city council. I've met most of you, and like I said, I'm surprised that there's been silence. There's been silence while on Wednesday, 4 a.m., 100 Louisiana State Police show up and with full riot gear, assault weapons, attack students, peaceful students who were actually sleeping at that time. The students come to me and they talk to me and they said they were so fearful. They're raising their hands. You can watch the videos and I'll personally come to each of your offices and show you to them if you don't want to see them on Instagram. Raising their hands in surrender, shaking because there's an assault weapon directed at her face. This is America. I escaped a country, Israel. I escaped this country that did this to me as a child, where they carry assault weapons all the time, anywhere you go. As a Palestinian, anywhere you go, you see these assault weapons and they brandish them whenever they feel like they need to intimidate you. This is America. This is the city of New Orleans. This is the place that I call home now. That we allow this to happen? I mean, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. If they were fighting, if they were attacking people, they were sitting and protesting on what they believe is right. The right to stand up to their university and tell them that supporting genocide, that funding genocide is not what we believe in, and our money that they're using to pay to go to those universities should not be used for this. Their demands were clear. They made them clear to divest, not to attack anyone, not to be an annoyance or to cause issues, is to divest from this and to have discourse. And now they've all been suspended. I will hurry up. They've all been suspended. And they're facing other charges. Please stand up and make statements for these students. Please stand up for their right to protest and help them in their cause. I thank you for your time.
Paula Charles. Come on up, Ms. Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here. My horror story started about 6 years ago with Schools and Water Board. I've been paying $200 a month for all these years. Each year I have all my receipts for each year here. Now it's to the point where I don't know how they're coming up with my bill, but they're saying I owe $8,036.17. They came to cut my water off. I was made to go to Schools and Water Board to keep my water on. I had to sign a payment plan saying I owe $8,000 and something, $222.94 I have to pay every month, plus whatever they say my new water bill is gonna be. I'm a homeowner. I just can't get up and leave. If I could, I would. This have been a disaster. I come here needing to get this resolved today. Today, it needs to be solved and resolved today. I've paid my bill every month for all these years and kept my receipts on purpose. Because every time I would get a bill, it say 700, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. So I was given $200 a month for all these years. I still had someone in front of my door. If I wasn't getting in my car, I never would have known on the 25th of April, coming to cut my water off for $8,000 and something dollars. This disaster have me with my stomach hurts. Every time I leave out my driveway and see a truck, I'm circling back to my house. This is unheard of.
Ms. Charles, that's your time, but Council Vice President Morrell wanted to answer.
Thank you.
Your experience is what we've been saying for the past 2 years about sewage and water board and billing. And I'm sure you're as frustrated as they come sit at this table and they go, no one's complaining about the bills. The bills are perfect. And we've told them repeatedly, one of the biggest issues we have in this city right now is they keep telling everybody they're owed $100 million in back billing. And what we keep saying is, you've been telling people for years, we know your bill's wrong, just pay what you think you owe. How much of that 100 million is bad bills that can never be collected? Now, Representative Hilferty has a bill in the legislature that's backed by the council that the governor even supports that's going to solve this problem. It's going to take this bill, your old bills, out of sewage and water board's hands and have a third party just fix it. Because I'll tell you right now, we have no faith, just like you have no faith, that they ever gonna fix your bill. They're not, because they know the bill is wrong. Your historic billing is nowhere near that crazy amount. And yet they've misled you for years saying, oh, just pay what you think you owe. But they never got rid of that wrong amount because they were waiting, lying in wait to come threaten you and force you to pay that amount. But we're gonna have someone from my staff come talk to you, get your information. We're gonna work with Carol. Have you made a council appeal yet?
They called me Monday and told me I have a hearing on the phone.
Here's what I want you to do.
It's my third hearing.
After your bad hearing with them, Aaron from our staff will come explain to you. You have the ability now to have a council hearing over them to resolve it where they don't control it anymore.
I have to start making 2 payments a month on the 25th. The 222 plus whatever they say my new bill gonna be. I can't afford all this.
You can appeal to the council and we can resolve it. You don't have to deal with, you have to go have your phone appeal with them, but we're gonna have some of our staff come explain to you, there's a new thing, which is an appeal where you go beyond them to the council, where a council hearing officer who's not sewage and water board will get all your information and will settle the case. And he can settle all the old stuff too.
And you're gonna tell me how that?
They're coming to talk to you right now.
All right, Shreya Vasudevan,
Thank you.
you're welcome. You put in 2 cards, but you get 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Shreyas Vasudevan. I would appreciate next time if my name is pronounced correctly. This is my 3rd time here. But
I apologize.
that's fine. So yeah, I'm here because we have met with a few of y'all's offices and Councilmember Giruso directly, and I really appreciate the time that y'all have taken to meet with us. But what happened over the past few days at Tulane University is an example of what happens when our leadership, the leaders of our institutions, refuse to listen to us for 7 months. Again, all we are here is to ask for a city council resolution, which 125 cities have signed onto, a ceasefire resolution. We want it on the agenda so we can speak about why it is important to us. To us, I mean the entire community that is standing with Palestine, that is calling for divestment. When we do so peacefully, when we do so with extreme discipline, when we do so within the established models of civil disobedience, all we hear is no answers from our elected representatives. And what we face is y'all's NOPD working with Louisiana State Police who are infringing on our First Amendment rights. There was no act of violence. There was no riot that happened between the days that the encampment was existing on Tulane's property. All the students were asking for was that their university divest address their massive endowment and its massive connections to a state that is engaged in genocide as we speak and has been engaged in genocide for 7 months. This is a righteous cause, and you guys have to respond to us with the same level of good intention and good faith that we are doing and we are showing with y'all. I was arrested that day for sitting there peacefully. It's a shame. It's a shame that y'all allow your police to do this. It's a shame that you are not protecting the First Amendment rights of people in this city against the Louisiana State Police, which I know that you guys don't stand with. So please put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. Let the community come out and speak in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Felix Allen, followed by Abby, it looks like Ludwig.
Pardon me. Good afternoon, y'all. I'm Felix Allen from District C. I just wanted to speak also on agenda item 35, page 20, which is regarding the bulletproof vests. So I think also in light of recent political repression by the police against folks protesting genocide, I think that's important. As y'all have been told, early yesterday morning, we saw an army of police arrest, assault, and point their guns at student protesters. So I'm thinking at this point, it would maybe make more sense to provide funding for bulletproof vests for the students than for police. You know, we need to also condemn Tulane and Loyola's administration inviting attacks on their students, and we need to support the students who are standing up for what's right. They're standing up against genocide despite threats of a suspension and state-sponsored violence, and we all need to take a page out of their book. One thing we can do to support their efforts is to put a ceasefire resolution on the city council agenda. You know, we've been arrested, suspended from school, fired from our jobs for speaking out for Palestine. But we know it's the right thing to do because tens of thousands of people have been murdered on our dime in Palestine. We have a friend who is literally on trial as we speak on Tulane and Broad for protesting, and he asked that we come here instead. I know I'm here for Samaher and Tawfiq and all of my friends here in New Orleans who have family in Palestine. So we do have skin in the game. You know, this is not a niche concern. It is a local issue. So our tax dollars need to go to parks, schools, and libraries. I was here 2 weeks ago and I saw my friend Jordan was got the parks celebrated. I'm really happy about that, and the coaches were celebrated. We need more of that. We don't need money for war police and jails. I think if our city council wants to prove that it's progressive, we need you to stand up like the 125 other cities that have passed ceasefire resolutions. We also need you to stand up against our fascist, white supremacist governor, sending the Louisiana State Police to New Orleans to wage war on our people.
That's
Thank
your
you.
time, Mr. Allen. Thank you. Abby Ludwig, followed by Catalina Gallagher. That's the last card I have.
Hi, my name is Abby. I'm commenting on consent agenda item 35 to further militarize our police. 4 a.m. a couple mornings ago, I was awake on my way to work. I'm a barista at Starbucks, and I checked my Instagram to see unarmed students with guns in their faces, unarmed students that are my friends. And I had to go to work all day, not knowing if they were okay or not. So this item is very, very, very personal to me. I had to go to work at Starbucks where I was working to the bone, where I was being yelled at, where I was very, very tired, knowing that my tax dollars were going to a genocide, knowing that y'all don't care about democracy by not having a ceasefire agenda item at all on your agenda, knowing that the people of New Orleans care about this. You could see that over the last 7 months of actions, 7 months of peaceful actions. Your silence is your complicity in genocide, and in that you do not represent our city. Thank you.
Catalina Gallagher. I just remind everyone, if you're speaking on item 35, keep it to the agenda item. It needs to be germane to the agenda item. Go ahead.
Certainly, I'm speaking on agenda item number 35. My name is Catalina Gallagher. I don't think I've met a lot of you. I'm a server in the French Quarter. I also work at a immigration legal clinic for children called Project Ishmael. And I'm also here to say on behalf of Project Ishmael that we would like to support that the city council adopt a ceasefire resolution, and also that they provide amnesty or support amnesty for all the protesters arrested, which is why I'm out today. Any agenda item that is suggesting providing more funding to the police does affect students and does affect protesters. So on behalf of somebody that supports Palestine and has been exercising my First Amendment right, I believe it's my duty to be here and protect myself and the other activists from funding going to police and continuing to go to the state of Israel, which colludes with police in order to terrorize Palestinians and activists here. The reason I'm truly here is not because I want to be, because clearly I'm extremely nervous. It's because I've heard children in Palestine giving a press conference, begging us to help them and protect them. And instead of doing that, this was November 8th, I don't know if you saw this video. Instead of doing that, funding to Israel, military funding has continued unabated. 14,000 children have died. I believe that no matter your political beliefs, if you are an adult of any caliber, if a child begs you for help, you help them. The children are our children, no matter if they're here, no matter if they're on a screen. And I'm terrified to be standing here saying this to you, but the children asked me to, and I think that your grandchildren will ask you why 18, 19, 20-year-old children, kids in school, had more of a spine than you did in the face of genocide.
That's your time. Thank you. Joshua Tannenbaum, and the last part is Mary Nellum Jones.
My name is Joshua Teitelbaum. I'm here to comment on agenda item consent agenda item number 36, regarding the militarization of our police force. As was mentioned earlier, I do not believe that our police force requires any more militarization, as we've seen the other night. I think the repression on our campuses here is tied to the repression of education in Palestine. The same interests who want to militarize our police here want to militarize and repress people in Palestine. This council has been silent on the issue of Palestine. These are the consequences locally. Our universities are embarrassing our city. Their actions have brought shame, not the students, the administrators. Their actions have brought shame on this city in the national and international spotlight. Other cities, including Providence, Rhode Island, which was the first city, one of the first cities in America to pass a ceasefire resolution, when their universities, Brown, my alma mater, stepped out of line, they issued a statement. This is the kind of statement that you could issue. As elected officials tasked with defending the rights of our city, residents, as well as responsibly stewarding taxpayer dollars, we are reaching out with great concern, this was to their solicitor, regarding the 41 Brown University students who were arrested. We understand that the city of Providence is pressing criminal charges in this case, and we write to express our dismay and disapproval. These students peacefully refused to leave a university they were in a building at night. They were calling for their university to divest. Following their arrest, the university threatened future protesters, protesters faced disciplinary action. In a time of extraordinary difficulty for our city, including a pervasive housing and affordability crisis, sounds familiar, taxpayer dollars should not be used to prosecute these students. Limited city resources should be used for the benefit of our city.
That's your time.
Thank you.
And last is Mary Mellon Jones. On it.
My name is Mary Helen Jones.
Mary Helen, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Mary Helen Jones. I am an Orleans Parish resident. I'm speaking against agenda item 36. As a domestic violence advocate, I have a vested interest in militarizing the police because that goes against my beliefs as an advocate for nonviolence. And as a professional working with survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, I am well aware of the history that Councilwoman Moreno has for advocating for survivors in the state of Louisiana and beyond. In December of 2013, a man named Ben Freeman, who had a long history of domestic violence, murdered his wife, Denise, and 2 other people. And in the award-winning film 5 Awake, which documents this tragedy and the legislative action that occurred as a result, Kim Sport and Charmaine Cassiope introduce you, Councilwoman Moreno, as the legislative champion needed to make real change for survivors of domestic violence in the state of Louisiana. And as you did just that, when you and Councilman Morell fought tirelessly to pass House Bill 750, which expanded rights for survivors of domestic violence in a way that had never been seen before in Louisiana. I'd like to tell you another story now. Hind Rajab was a 6-year-old Palestinian child who was fleeing Gaza City on January 29th, 2024. She was fleeing the city in a car with her aunt, uncle, and 3 cousins at the time of her death. Audio recordings of calls between Hind and an emergency call operators reveal that the 6-year-old was the only one left alive in the car, hiding from Israeli forces among the bodies of her relatives. Her last words were, "Come take me, please, will you come?" Her body was found riddled with bullets. Just like Ben Freeman in 2013, Israeli occupation forces are family annihilators and mass murderers with a long, long history of brutal violence. In the past 7 months alone, 70% of those killed by the state of Israel have been women and children. In the documentary 5 Awake, which I mentioned earlier, Councilman Morell says that what they, the advocates, did that I think was highly effective was that they really grabbed people at their moral core and made them understand that there is a social responsibility to protect people who cannot protect themselves, especially when they're children. And I'm going to say the words to you that Charmaine said to you. We want it all and we want it now.
You need to wrap up. Thank you so much. All right, let's do an online comment, Anita. First comment is from Allison Zeal. She says New Orleans needs to divest from Israel, keep our tax dollars in our city, stop supporting genocide. Partnering with war criminals does not benefit the people of the city. In fact, as you probably know, Israel murdered one of our community leaders, Tawfiq Abdel Jabbar, in cold blood. Shame on the city council for their silence and inaction. The next comment is from Anisha Sarbul. I'm commenting on consent agenda 35 to further militarize our police. I'm deeply disappointed in the lack of leadership in the city council. After 7 months of ceasefire actions and recently a peaceful student-led encampment, it cannot be any more clear that this is city business and you must act. Your silence is your complicity in genocide, and in that you do not represent our city. The people of New Orleans are deeply connected to the pain of those suffering locally and internationally. Allowing the use of force on sleeping college students is embarrassing our city in the national and international news media. Make a statement in support of the students and chastise Tulane and Loyola presidents for punishing those who felt morally compelled to take action against an ongoing genocide. The use of excessive force by police to raid the student encampment at Tulane University and the resulting violence used against Tulane and Loyola student protesters and other community members is reprehensible and infuriating. Now that New Orleans community members have been documented being brutalized and retaliated against by New Orleans Police Department in partnership with Tulane University Police Department and Louisiana State Police for staging a peaceful protest to decry university complicity in and support for Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and massacres of Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian West Bank. Surely we all can see that Palestine is a local issue and more than deserves support of New Orleans City Council. Denounce Tulane and Loyola presidents for allowing state violence against their students. Put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda and pass it. This is the least the council could finally do. The next comment is from Micah Matthews. The electric bill is far too high. They shouldn't make profits off us. Free Palestine. Yvette Bivens Sanchez comments, I am commenting on consent agenda 35 to further militarize our police. After the recent attack against peaceful student protesters involving Tulane and Loyola students, I'm deeply ashamed and disappointed in the lack of response from members of the city council. It is horrifying that Louisiana police chose to raid the encampment in the middle of the night when these students were sleeping and were at their most vulnerable. To add insult to injury, the disposal of food and other supplies, which could have been repurposed and donated to those in the city in need, was extremely wasteful and telling over what the city considers to be a priority, attacking free speech and protecting its own financial interests at the expense of people whose lives are permanently altered by the genocide taking place in the Gaza Strip. It has become more and more clear to you as city representatives that as your constituents, we compel you to call for not only a ceasefire, but condemn Israel's actions against the Palestinian people. Your silence is your complicity in genocide, and in that you do not represent our city. There's a large Palestinian population that has been directly affected. This is not a detached international issue that has no bearing in America. There are members of our own local community who have been killed in West Bank, such as 17-year-old Tawfiq, those who have been kidnapped
in their homes overseas and hit with bogus charges such as Samaher and dozens of individuals who have collectively lost thousands of family members they will never see, touch, or hear from again. At the very least, you cannot argue that the use of militarized police against peaceful protesters from 2 universities in the state makes it personal. Make a statement in support of the students and chastise Tulane Loyola presidents for punishing those who felt morally compelled to take action against an ongoing genocide. Next comment is from Emma Brick Hazo, who says, I'm commenting on a consent agenda 35. I write as a concerned resident who just witnessed an overzealous use of police force on unarmed peaceful protesters yesterday morning at Tulane University. In no world is riot gear, bulletproof vests, and aiming less lethal weapons point blank at students' faces the proper response to peaceful protesting in our city. We need to act and take a stand to protect your community from police violence. This is city business that made national news. It is embarrassing our proud city on a national scale. Allowing the use of force on sleeping college students instead of encouraging de-escalation, negotiation, or conversation is embarrassing our city in the national and international news. Make a statement in support of the students and chastise Tulane and Loyola presidents for punishing those who felt morally compelled to take action on an ongoing genocide. And finally, Avery Smith comments, I'm commenting on consent agenda 35. To further militarize our police, I'm deeply disappointed in the lack of leadership in the city council after 7 months of ceasefire actions and recently a peaceful student-led encampment. It cannot be any more clear that this is city business and you must act. Your silence is your complicity in genocide, and in that you do not represent our city. The people of New Orleans are deeply connected to the pain of those suffering locally and internationally. Allowing the use of force on sleeping college students is embarrassing our city in the national and international news media. Make a statement in support of the students and chastise Tulane and Loyola presidents for punishing those who felt morally compelled to take action against an ongoing genocide.
All right, thanks, Anita. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, vote on the consent agenda, please. 5 yeas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted. Madam Clerk, I need to move out of order now and go to 25, then 37, 38, and then 54.
At the bottom of page 63, we have ordinance calendar number 34,632 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 17 of Chapter 30 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to institute a daily fine for the failure of residential facilities as defined in Section 30-1281 to provide situational updates to the New Orleans Health Department during a declared emergency and otherwise to provide respects thereto. There is an amendment to this ordinance on page 1, section 1, delete line 13. On page 3 in section 1, following in the nukes on line 53, insert the following on the next line, section 30-1292 penalty. A, except otherwise provided in these sections, the penalties for each violation of this article adjudicated in accordance with chapter 6 of the code shall not exceed the monetary limit established by section 637. Letter B. The penalty for a violation involving a failure to provide timely situational updates during a declared emergency shall be assessed at $100. Each untimely situational update during the emergency shall constitute a separate violation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved to amend, Council President Moreno seconded. Can I get 2 more votes? Okay. The amendment has passed and we will talk about the item as amended. Jeannie Donovan, can you help us out here?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Harris. And I have Ben Quimby here with me from the Health Department, who really leads on implementing this ordinance since it was passed post Hurricane Ida. So in October after Ida, the council came together and passed an ordinance that regulated and required licensure of 68 housing facilities across the city. These are residential living facilities that have people who are we consider vulnerable, disabled, elderly, and people receiving permanent supportive housing services. And so this is really an emergency preparedness and response ordinance. And we're making some tweaks to it today based on some of the declared emergencies that we've had since Hurricane Ida. We really structured the ordinance thinking with hurricanes in mind, but since then, we've had several declared emergencies that were not hurricanes. I mean, we're very different from hurricanes. So we really were thinking of acute emergencies in that ordinance. And now we've seen extreme heat for a number of days. Ben may know the exact number of days that we had a declared emergency for extreme heat. Same with saltwater intrusion. And so we wanted to create some flexibilities in the ordinance to reduce burden on the facilities in terms of reporting and required staff on site. And so we've created those flexibilities in reporting and staff on site with this amendment. And we've also included a new penalty for non-reporting. So the ordinance currently requires daily situational reporting from the 68 facilities. And that will still be the default, but we are including a clause that allows us to declare a different cadence. So it might be weekly or monthly or as needed if an issue arises during a longer emergency. So we're adding that, but if a facility doesn't report on whatever cadence we determine is required, then this adds a daily fine, which was not included in the original ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions from the dais? All right, we have one public comment, Mike Burnside.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I listened carefully to what was said here today, and I read the thing before I came here, and I sent an email out. From my reading, I didn't find a distinction between hurricanes and non-hurricanes, and if it's there, then my reading may be an error. But I read where basically the manifest, that's not the correct word, but the report that's given daily by a facility to the city is no longer required to have all the names of the people on site. I may have misread it, but if I didn't, I think that needs to be looked at. The other thing is one of those lawyer tricky things is if you temporarily move your facility, you don't have to like report anymore, but there's nothing that says that the temporary movement's outside Orleans Parish. So a really good lawyer would just move people inside Orleans Parish and then say, behold, I've temporarily moved them. I don't have to report anything.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Anita, are there any online comments? All right, so I've moved. Councilmember Green has seconded. Waiting for the machine. Okay, we'll do an aye vote. The motion passes unanimously as adopted. Thank you for your work on this. It really is helpful.
Thank you.
At the top of page 70, ordinance calendar number 34,657 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate unassigned funds balance to the New Orleans Health Department for the summer youth feeding program and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Budget Committee recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We heard these in the Budget Committee. I just wanted to fill everyone in on where we are now. As you all are aware, the City Council has been working with the Health Department on a backup plan should the summer EBT program not be able to be administered for this summer. So we make sure that we are filling the gaps and no child is left hungry. And so there's been some movement in the legislature. They have agreed to fund it, which is great. And there was a closed door meeting with Senate President Henry along with Appropriations Chair McFarland with state agencies. And since that meeting, they've agreed to opt in and administer it, but there appear to still be a few little glitches. In my conversations with DCFS, it seems that about half of the children, eligible children in the state, they believe they can quickly get covered and get implemented into summer EBT by June 4th. But they're a little concerned about the additional 250,000 children who it's going to be a little harder to get them enrolled at this last minute and potentially, even have it done very late. So there are other things that are happening as well with some of our feeding sites with additional restrictions that are also a bit problematic for us here in the city of New Orleans. As you all may recall, traditionally with our feeding sites that we have in the summertime with like our Nord camps and things like that, any child who gets up to the line to get a plate of food receives a plate of food. Now, unfortunately, The state is requiring us to check every single child for their eligibility, which is another barrier and red tape. And so we don't know what that potentially could cost us to get the right individuals and trained professionals into these sites to make sure that we're meeting the requirements of the state. So with that all being said, what we're doing today is we'll move the money to the health department. And now that the health department has these funds, in 2 weeks, they can assess the situation, figure out exactly what's happening with the state. And should they need to, they will quickly be able to move monies over to Second Harvest Food Bank to be able to, if necessary, provide grocery store gift cards, boost our feeding sites, whatever's necessary. But we won't have to, wait and file new ordinances and things like that. They'll already be able to go. So that's what we're doing today. A lot of moving parts, but we don't want to leave the kids in New Orleans hanging. So we're going to move forward with this ordinance today. Jeannie, do you want to say anything in that
No, I
regard?
think you really covered it, council member, and I think, this money is vital to making sure kids don't go hungry this summer in the event that things don't shake out in the way that they should with the state.
Yeah, it's been kind of all over the place, but I do appreciate great legislators in New Orleans like Jason Hughes, like Amy Freeman, who really pushed on this. And of course, Senate President Henry, along with Appropriations Chair on the House side, Jack McFarland, for saying that this needed to happen. Any questions? Seeing none from the dais, I'll move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays. And then Madam Clerk, the companion ordinance.
Ordinance calendar number 34,658 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate unassigned funds balance to the New Orleans Health Department for the Summer Youth Feeding Program and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's been moved and seconded. Waiting on the machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Thank you, Jeannie. Appreciate it.
At the bottom of page 80, we have motion M 2412 by Councilmember Harris by request. Council members, we will need to suspend the rules
I'll
on
move
this
to,
motion.
sure, I'll move to suspend. Can I get a second? Seconded by Council President. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion 2412, adding the president of council as a signatory to the contract between the city of New Orleans and the Odyssey House of Louisiana, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am really excited to move this item forward today to provide some much needed assistance to Nate Fields and the Office of Homelessness Strategies and Services, who is currently running the Low Barrier Shelter. This CEA will allow Odyssey House to take on the operations of the Low Barrier Shelter immediately as we await execution of a longer term ordinance. OHSS and Odyssey House both deserve recognition for their steadfast dedication to our unhoused community and most vulnerable residents. We have members of the administration here if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, do we have any public comment? Hearing none, I will move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you.
That's the item 11, item 14.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Legislative grouping, zoning docket number 2124, City Council motion 23556. Requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit by right dwellings above the ground floor in all commercial and institutional zoning districts. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to all commercial and institutional zoning districts. The recommendation of the city planning being for approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's some procedural, technical housekeeping we need to do to ensure that we can move forward with the right provisions. So Madam Clerk, can you please withdraw 11B, which is M24-122 from the agenda?
Yes.
And I know Councilmember Green has an amendment to that motion, 11C, which I presume that he will withdraw as well. He is saying yes, so that's withdrawn. And next, I would like to withdraw M24-211 from the agenda and replace it with its substitute, which I'll explain momentarily. Do you have the substitute?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Substitute motion 211 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit by right dwellings above the ground floor in the commercial and institutional zoning district is hereby approved, with the modifications indicated with bold and underlined text and corresponding footnotes to table 14-1 and 15-1 on page 16 and 17 of the report. Only new footnotes are indicated in this motion. All existing footnotes for table 14-1 and table 15-1 will remain unchanged.
Thank you so much. This substitute motion is the result of my office's intense collaboration with the other district offices to make sure we are not only facilitating the creation of more affordable housing, but also to keep our residents' voice in the process. In these central areas, which are on the map, closest to the grading housing need and jobs, dwelling above the ground floor will be permitted by right. Elsewhere, they will remain conditional at this time. And you can see this on the map. I want to thank my colleagues for working with me on this and their offices. It's one of many initiatives that we're taking to ensure our residents have access to quality, affordable housing. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to y'all. Can you introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Rachel Berg with the City Planning Commission. Sabine Lebayou with the City Planning Commission as well.
Tyler Russell with the city's Office of Community Assets and Investment.
Morning, council members. I'm Kelly Butler with the Department of Safety and Permits.
Great. Do you have anything to say on any of this?
Sure, I can give a brief presentation and also note that the map that's on there is actually for, I believe, the next item.
Well, there we go.
So, our zoning docket 2124 is a request by City Council Motion M23556 to consider permitting above ground dwellings as a by right use in all commercial and institutional zoning districts within the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Many historic and suburban non-residential zoning districts already permit above the ground dwelling units by right. However, mixed-use developments in certain zoning districts, such as the C1 General Commercial District, the C2 Auto-Oriented Commercial District, and the C3 Heavy Commercial District, require developers to go through the conditional use process to allow dwelling units above the ground floor to create mixed-use developments. This amendment proposes to align the land use regulations for above the ground floor dwelling permissions and rectify inconsistencies between land use permissions and the intent of the master plan. Moreover, the text amendment would incentivize developers with larger commercial and institutional zone properties to create mixed-use developments by making it easier to go through the regulatory process to create amenity-driven projects that also increase the overall housing supply, especially affordable housing units across the city. The request was considered at the February 6th City Planning Commission meeting where it received public comment from the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance, Zach Smith Consulting, the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, the Mayor's Office of Community Assets and Investments, who all spoke in favor of the motion. The request was unanimously recommended for approval per staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
And if I could just say, thank you to the council and your staff for working on this and taking this up today, particularly Councilmember Harris for getting this to the finish line. We believe this is a smart way to cut red tape for new housing construction in the city, as well as support new small local businesses by adding housing income as an additional revenue stream for commercial property owners. Additionally, the Biden administration and affordable housing experts nationally have pointed out that red tape for housing construction is in zoning code specifically is a major contributor to increasing housing costs nationwide. So passing legislation like this that removes bureaucracy for new housing could help increase housing supply and bring down housing costs across New Orleans and across the country. Additionally, the federal government is saying that cities that pass legislation like this, that remove barriers like this, can make us more competitive for future federal grants. So thank you for taking this up.
That's exciting, Tyler. Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you. Is there anything you want to say?
I'll speak to the next item.
Okay, great. Councilmember Green.
This is just a general comment. Much of what we experience as delays in processes are not the result of laws that absolutely have to be followed, but many times they're the result of policies that we have in place with regards to why we have to wait to do certain things as opposed at a different time, as opposed to on a parallel path. I just want us to recognize that I'm going to be consistent with my desire to allow communities to participate in a process that results in zoning changes that impact their community. But I also don't want it to be said that it's because of bureaucracy created by laws that we can't get things done on a faster basis here, because we can. And we discovered and we talked about how we potentially will do that with daycare centers. We talked about that with regards to short-term rentals. If we need to talk about that in this particular area, we all need to come together and recognize that if there's something that we can do on parallel paths to expedite processes, that's fine with me. But I will be consistent with regards to by right versus conditional use. We have approved conditional use requests on multiple occasions, as we saw with regards to daycare centers. 8 requests, 8 approvals. It may take a little bit of additional time, but I want to make it clear also that the process required to get permits, to go before design review, to go before some of these other processes that involve provisions, is not determined by whether or not we do an NPP. The NPP can add time to it, certainly, but there are things that developers still have to do no matter what. And a lot of that involves permits. So I look forward to being able to move forward, and those developers who have projects that they want to see happen, for example, in District D or everywhere, feel free to bring those projects to us and we will do what we can to expedite them. But I believe that communities are stronger when the members of those communities have a chance to have input relative to developments that are taking place in those communities.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Jerusha.
I just want to reiterate what we said as a council at the last meeting, which is part of the problem with cutting through the red tape is also lack of community trust, that people just don't believe that the city is going to execute or do the things that it's supposed to do. And I will take, and I've said this privately, so I say it publicly, I'll take ADUs as a perfect example. It's the first time I've ever seen Lakeview and New Orleans East in perfect communion on something. And it was because they said, we don't believe the city is going to enforce this and it's going to be short-term rentals on steroids. And so I say that because we can help ourselves cut through the red tape. And to me, there's 2 things that we as a group have said we are prepared to do. 1, provide funding so there's better initial outreach and we're doing it proactively as opposed to reactively. And then number 2, if there is some conditional use light that we can use to facilitate this and cut through the red tape, Tyler, and make things go faster, particularly when it comes to early childhood centers, we're prepared to do that. But we also need to see proposals as well from the administration or CPC or other people, because I mean, I'm happy to craft policy by ourselves and let us all do it, but I'd rather it be a collaborative effort with everybody so that way we can try and restore this credibility collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jerusha. Any other comments from the dais? Okay, let's go to public comment. Michael Burnside.
Oh, Council President Helena Moreno has taught me a lesson I didn't want to learn today, and Councilman Green taught me a lesson a long time ago that took me a long time to learn. So I think I'll implement both those by simply keeping it short and positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. That may be a record. Jessica Walker.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jessica Walker. I work for Workshop WD-40. I just wanted to thank you all. I think this is really great change.
residential above commercial, and it is a historically precedented way we do New Orleans. Think about the Vieux Carré, we have businesses on the ground floor, we have apartments above. It's wonderful. It creates mixed use walkable communities. And I want to commend you all for making this change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Chris Shaw Dunn.
Morning or good afternoon. I'm Chris Dunn, 701 Poydras Street. I'm in support of the amendment to the text of the CZO to permit by right dwellings above the ground floor in all commercial and institutional zoning districts. We feel that this housing model can become a resource for the community as new groups of users are introduced to the site and user groups rotate through, activating the site at different hours of operation. This creates an altogether more safer environment. The site is activated 24 hours with different parking requirements and so on. This will help to create more affordable multifamily housing and will help to reactivate empty commercial and institutional sites in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Charles Nicholson with the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA. The NOHA supports the CPC's recommendation of approval for their zoning docket. While we are disappointed to see carve-outs made in certain districts, the effect citywide will be a positive step toward reducing our housing shortage. On top of the increased potential for new housing developments, by allowing for housing units in commercial districts, this amendment would enable people to live closer to the places they work, make groceries, and participate in their community. We thank the CPC for their dedicated work and thank the council for taking up this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Christopher Johnson, followed by Ron Laisel.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Christopher Johnson, representing AIA New Orleans. And to keep it short, we all have a busy agenda today. This is a tremendously beneficial proposal. We appreciate the thoughtfulness that came into this, the community building trust that goes into this, the ability to create better incentives for developers to reactivate our underutilized parcels and address the housing needs that we have as a city. Thank you for the tremendous efforts you've taken to push this forward. We're in full support of this motion.
Thank you. Ron?
Ron Laisel, 1000 Norman C. Francis, Zach Smith Consulting. Councilmember Harris, thank you again for championing affordable housing. Sometimes we have to get to a compromise for the benefit of the good of the city. We may not all like it, but we've come to a compromise. I've done one of these conditional uses for dwellings above the ground floor before, and it took over a year, created 150 units of affordable housing and almost sank the project. So I'm going to take Councilmember Druso to his words and say, if you can come up with an NPP light when it comes to affordable housing, if you guys can figure that out, we will be behind you 1000%. So thank you.
Challenge accepted. Sarabelle Buckley, I think. I can't read the first name.
Good afternoon, council members. Samuel Buckley with Ride New Orleans. I'm here to support the City Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Ride New Orleans is an organization that supports safe, affordable, and accessible public transit for New Orleans residents. One of the issues that we highlight right now is that a lot of Orleans Parish residents don't have access to high-quality transit from where they live. As of 2024, only about a quarter of Orleans Parish residents live within a 5-minute walk of a bus line or streetcar line coming at least every 20 minutes. And only about 35% of the region's jobs are accessible by public transit in under 60 minutes. One of the significant causes of that gap between inaccessibility is the fact that there are limited opportunities to build housing near high-density transit lines. Many of the districts that would be impacted by item 2124, particularly the commercial districts, are located next to existing high density or high frequency transit corridors. One of the most effective ways that the city can improve transit without having to invest new operating resources is by easing the process of creating new housing next to existing transit. I also wanted to highlight the point again about federal funding. Many of the FTA programs for capital investments look at land use as one of the factors when considering whether to award federal funding. This includes the capital investments program that the RTA will be applying for BRT funds under. So having supportive land use along major transit corridors will make it easier for the city to get capital funding for transit investments.
Thank you, Samuel. Do we have any online comments?
Yes,
How many?
3.
Okay.
First comment is from Leo Marsh. Says, as the advocacy manager for Habitat for Humanity, I strongly endorse the expansion of permitting by right dwellings above the ground floor. In a time when the need for affordable housing is more pressing than ever, easing the restrictions on above the ground construction is a step forward. The current regulations have erected unnecessary barriers, stifling our ability to provide adequate housing options for our volunteers and employees whose contributions are vital to our mission. Construction above commercial and institutional ground floors more efficiently utilizes space and could reduce commute times for a workforce increasingly pushed to the city's outskirts, contributing decreased traffic congestion and emissions. By enabling a diversification of housing stock within the existing neighborhoods, we can address the critical shortage of affordable housing. Next comment is from Taylor Gare, who says, I'm a resident of the City Council District A, and I support Councilmember Harris's legislation for dwelling above the ground floor to help add more housing opportunities and small local commercial businesses. Please support zoning docket 2124 for dwellings above the ground floor to cut costly red tape for new housing and commercial development. Passing legislation that reduces barriers for new housing development has been shown to help bring down housing costs for renters and homeowners citywide. And the last comment is from Hugo Martinez, who says, before the advent of strip malls and big box stores, New Orleans had a rich history of mixed-use neighborhoods. The friendliness of New Orleans neighborhoods was a major collaborative component that is part of the rich culture that brings so many to visit and stay in New Orleans. The truth of the moment is that New Orleans is a dying city. There is no increase in our population, meaning people aren't staying in our city. The rich neighborly culture that brought locals together with accessible food and entertainment was rapidly pushed out by zoning laws that ushered the isolating strip malls. The innovation we see in our neighborhoods, such as our corner-facing entrances, lost all context and meaning as their businesses became defunct due to regulations. However, what brought the demise of our lively mixed-use neighborhoods could also bring them back. Through legislation, we can bring back the wealth and diversity that made New Orleans the unique city it is today. Mixed-use neighborhoods are a chance to inject life, meaning, and community that can motivate residents to stay and grow in our city and create new forms of the lively culture that brings interest and love of our beautiful river city.
Thank you, Anita. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank the city planning, the advocates, especially want to thank Councilmember Harris for listening to the residents of District E, and specifically New Orleans East, and allowing us to continue to have the protections to talk about what mixed use, affordable housing, and how we grow into the 21st century with livable communities, what it looks like. Too often mixed use in historical African-American communities meant no use. No use for the indigenous people who lived in those communities. Too often in the past, when you talk about mixed use in Black communities, it led to gentrification. Too often in historical African-American communities, when you talked about economic development, it usually meant no development until those communities, they were pushed out of their communities. Well, the amendments give us a say in how we approve, how that mixed use affects historical African-American communities like New Orleans East in the Lower Ninth Ward, and how we move forward by doing two things: protecting the indigenous people in those communities who too often have been pushed out by infiltrators, pushed out by people who took advantage of the economic development in those communities, pushed out by folk who brought guns and drugs and their isms in those communities. And it's nothing against affordable housing, but to make sure that historical African-American communities, those people are respected and that they have a say in how they grow and how they maintain their communities. So look forward to the future and thank you for the amendments.
Councilmember Green.
We as a city applaud and really recognize communities that organize neighborhood associations that have a role in the development of their communities. And we have a number of very vibrant communities in our city because there are associations of residents who want us to have an input in how the community is developed. I think that there's an assumption sometimes that residents participating in the affairs relative to their communities are going to do things that are negative. I thoroughly reject that we should exclude residents because we have decided that the time frame that is not imposed by law is a reason why somebody won't choose to invest in a community. I make this clear today because I've already gotten a call from the media and I don't want it to be distorted. The question here is by right versus conditional use. Wherever the option makes itself available, I support the conditional use process. Speed it up, that's fine. But I think that the strength of many of our communities has been created by the fact that residents have a say-so in what goes on relative to the communities. I, as a council member, will always act in a responsible manner relative to projects that persons might bring that they want to see developed. We as a council have approved 8 requests relative to daycare centers out of 8 requests asked under the conditional use process. There's no bias relative to this council with regards to conditional use. Where I do find a bit of a problem, and even I think I want the City Planning Commission to know that you'll always hear this from me, is to exacerbate the time that it takes to get a deal done as if it's because of the law. It's not. Many of the things that we do are internal. I want to see development take place just like anyone else, but I will not forsake those who live in communities who we encourage to participate in the zoning process, who we created the NPP process for, who we invite to come to our meetings to talk. I will not do anything that abridges their right to have a say-so until I've done on my end what needs to be done. If we need to speed that process up, let's speed it up, but not at the extent of not having communities involved with their development.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I want to thank Tyler. I keep calling you Taylor, but Tyler. I want to thank CPC. I want to thank the advocates for really bringing this forward. As someone said, New Orleans is a city that is built upon the concept of having retail at the bottom and housing at the top. And that's especially true in the very concentrated districts where we need additional affordable housing. So rather than gentrifying areas, what we want to do is create opportunities for people to stay in community, because I know that I have neighbors who've been pushed out because of rising rents. So this really does create an opportunity for additional affordable housing. This and the next agenda item on small multifamily, again, this council has been pushing forward through your help to create more affordable housing. And I really want to thank, again, my council members, fellow council members, for working through the amendments. So I'm going to move to adopt. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas. Thank you so much.
We have a legislative grouping at the top of page 52. Zoning docket 2724, City Council Motion M24-2. Requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to modify section 20.3.SSS dwelling, small multifamily affordable, to allow small multifamily affordable developments to be either a single structure of no more than 4 dwelling units, or two detached structures totaling no more than 4 dwelling units. To amend section 20.3.SSS to modify bulk and yard requirements accordingly, and to amend Article 26 to ensure that the definition of the dwellings small multifamily affordable is consistent with the foregoing with the foregoing, the proposed text changes would affect regulations that apply citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. There's a motion line over M24-134 by Councilmember Harris. This is being withdrawn. Motion number M24-200 by Councilmember Harris is also being withdrawn, zoning docket 2724. And we have a substitute motion, M24-200 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the amendments to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, which would affect regulations that are applied citywide to modify section 20.3.SSS dwelling small multifamily affordable to allow small multifamily affordable developments to either a single structure of no more than 4 dwelling units or two detached structures totaling no more than 4 dwelling units, to amend section 20.3.SSS to modify bulk and yard requirements accordingly, and to amend Article 26 to ensure that the definition of dwelling small multifamily affordable is consistent with the foregoing, subject to the following modifications. 1, on page 15 of the report regarding Article 12, use standards 20.3.SSS dwelling small multifamily affordable. Number 2, on page 16 of the report regarding Article 26, definitions of dwelling small multifamily affordable.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This zoning docket is another one we as a council initiated to clear the hurdles to create affordable housing units, but in low density way that doesn't overwhelm neighborhoods. The last council created something called, quote, small multifamily affordable dwellings, which is really just a fourplex with one of the units as a dedicated affordable one. We have a pretty robust interest in using this current option, including from Habitat for Humanity. But when you build a fourplex, you trigger state sprinkler requirements, making it too expensive. This is what prompted this text amendment, which would allow the fourplex to be divided into 2 doubles, and only when the lot is big enough to allow that. Amid concerns from neighbors, I'm adding a restriction that says that when developers use that 2-building setup where it isn't already allowed, each dwelling unit is limited to 2 bedrooms apiece. This codifies the low density we expect to see even when 2 buildings are involved. But there is also an exemption for the affordable unit in case developers are moving forward with creating 3-bedroom units big enough for a family, for example. I want to thank Councilmember Jeruso, who's not here, and his constituents for flagging the concern about doubles to dorms, which is reflected in the substitute motion. And again, I have a map that I've asked the administration to produce, which shows where small multifamily development exists under the current rules, not what we're seeking to pass here. Kelly, can you talk about what this map shows?
What that means? Sure. So since going into effect in January of 2022, we've received 11, not inquiries, but actual applications. 2 of the projects have made it all the way to completion, while currently there are 5 that are currently pending a permit. They are in orange, if you can see that up there. The purple indicates where permits have been issued. And then, as you mentioned, Habitat for Humanity, they applied, but they were exactly one of the reasons why the text amendment, because the sprinkling made it cost prohibitive for them to be able to develop that project. So that one was withdrawn. So since January of 2022, we've had these 11 applications. And I would just say that this, we were hopeful that this was going to be something bigger at that time. I've had numerous calls from local residents who own properties here in the city that wanted to do this, but once found out that the sprinkling was going to be cost prohibitive when they had to provide an affordable unit. So this text amendment simply is that technical change to allow that to spur more affordable housing in low density way throughout the city.
Thank you. CPC, anything to add?
In regards to the doubles to dorms, I would add that in April, a new overlay went into effect, the University Area Design Overlay, and it applies to new or substantially renovated residential structures. And this overlay limits the height of the structures and ensures compatibility with the neighborhood's character. So it's another way to mitigate concerns.
And there's also a design review process as well. Okay. Anything else from the table? All right. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I believe that supporting low-density affordable housing contributes to a more inclusive community. This increase does not increase the intensity of the total use of the sites or dwellings, so we feel good about that with District E. And also it further aids in the protections of the zoning district's density, which is a significant concern to many of the groups in District E. So with that, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Ditto relative to the community organizations that I've spoken to in District D.
Any other comments from the dais? All right, we have public comment. The first from Michael Burnside, followed by Owen Joyner.
Michael Burnside's losing his mind because I thought I wrote no talk on it and just thank you. But apparently I can say these things in public. Thank you very much the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Short and sweet. Owen Joyner.
Thank you. I guess I'm against, but I'm not against small family housing. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm against the proliferation of automobiles. And I think this is, anyway, I'm going to have a parable. I'm going to ask the council, who can quote, or who knows the quote of Tennessee Williams, the playwright, about New Orleans, where he references New Orleans? Excuse me? Everyone else, what?
Everywhere else is Cleveland? Is that what you're
Okay,
talking
what
about?
were the, well, can you recite the whole thing? Maybe the other,
I'll look it up.
You have 2 minutes. Go ahead and say it. You get 2 minutes.
Everything else is Cleveland is Mark Twain.
well, okay, but he says New Orleans, San Francisco, and New York, okay? All those cities were laid out mostly during the 19th century before cars came into existence, okay? And look, this is a very important point. You know, your esteemed elected officials of a major city that's on the international map. And I think you really have a sacred duty to not have it corroded or desecrated by too many automobiles. And this is an economic thing too. People are not visiting New Orleans and going to, excuse me, Councilman Giarruso's Leave It to Beaver neighborhood because it's, okay, and I'm not, no, because they're all over America. We have a 19th century small, oh, it's yellow, okay. This isn't the last thing, and I'm gonna.
You're doing good, man. Keep going.
I'm gonna come back about the RTA, the transit, it's underutilized. People should be using it more, and that would.
Wait, hang on. You know, the RTA is Restoration Tax Abatement, not Regional Transit Authority.
What if it's, well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the RTA is about a tax abatement, not about the buses.
Well, I'm talking about the buses that nobody can rely on because you never know when they.
I understand, but that's not on the agenda today.
What?
It's not on the agenda today.
Oh, no, but this is related to this issue, okay?
Okay.
And
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and we all agree that RTA needs some reforms. All right, with that, Maxwell. Followed by Jessica Walker.
Hi, council members. It's good to see you again, be back in chambers, talking about housing. So Maxwell Chardulo, 3702 St. Claude. I'm here as the board chair of Jane Place Neighborhood Sustainability Initiative to speak in strong support of this. And I'll cut right to the chase. This means $2 million for Jane Place. We have 3 lots in Mid-City that are vacant that we are set to build fourplexes on. We can legally build fourplexes on them as is. The cost to build those, and I'll also say, in an ideal location for affordable housing. They're close to grocery stores, they're close to good schools, they're blocks from the Canal streetcar, they're close to jobs at UMC and a quick ride to the French Quarter. But like I said, the cost to build right now, if we have to build fourplexes, is $5 million. If this passes, the cost drops to $3 million. That's the sort of thing that's going to make this actually worthwhile for developers to jump in and actually get it done. And so I know you all understand how critical affordable housing is in our city. And so I want to especially thank you for creating the Housing Trust Fund and a path to a local sustainable funding source for it. But the reason this is also so important is that even with the funding, we need places to build. And there just are not that many places where you can build large affordable housing complexes in New Orleans because of our restrictive zoning. So, you know, personally, I would like you to change that as well. But in the meantime, we still need the units. And building 2 doubles on a lot is so much easier to finance. It's easier to get through safety and permits, and it's tremendously faster to build. So if we do this right, it could be a huge part of how we eventually dig ourselves out of this affordability hole. And so I hope this is actually step 1, and that step 2 is then getting the Office of Community Development to offer some of that trust fund money to developers who are willing to build not just 1 unit as affordable, but all 4 as affordable and extend the affordability period. I think that's how we actually scale this up and make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell, and I agree. Jessica, followed by Chris Dunn.
I'm Jessica Walker, 701 Poydras Street, workshop WD-40. I'm an architect and developer, and we've been super excited about this new zoning designation since it came out 2 years ago. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for putting in this text amendment. As everyone's already said, it really helps so we can split up the 4-plex size into smaller pieces. And I personally think it also makes them fit better in some of our communities. It reduces the size of the overall building that you see from the street. So that's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. I know everyone's worked together to get where we are today. I just wanted to reiterate the more flexibility we can have within this, which still is a maximum of 4 dwelling units. If there could be up to 4 buildings, there could be more than 2 bedrooms in each. We might make it more flexible for families. I'm happy with whatever gets voted on and passed today, just something to think about in the future that'll really allow us to be creative and create more affordable housing within our neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris, followed by Charles.
I just wanted to begin by saying thank you to the City Planning Commission and the council members, especially Council Member Harris, for your careful study and consideration of this zoning amendment change that will allow for more small multifamily housing in the city. We feel that this language clarification is significant and that it promises to help alleviate our affordable housing crisis. This change is exciting for New Orleans as it provides a low to no cost incentive to the city for more affordable housing development. This move is also in keeping with the historic character of our city, which has long held traditions of multi-generational family living, shotgun doubles, other small multifamily options. This will increase the quality, quantity, and diversity of housing stock in New Orleans and provide more affordable housing options to our residents.
Thank you. Charles Nicholson, followed by Christopher Johnson.
Afternoon, Charles Nicholson with the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance. We stand in support of this amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance, allowing for more variations of how small multifamily affordable units are developed. We hope to see a greater influx of these developments in our city as affordable housing for families continues to be a dire need for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher, followed by Ron.
Good afternoon, Council. Christopher Johnson, representing AIA New Orleans. We want to wholeheartedly thank you all for your consideration of this amended motion. It appears to meet many of the needs that developers as well as residents need to make consistent homes for affordable as well as the mix of home needs that are on the market and tailor it to the needs of each individual neighborhood in which they're situated. Thank you for supporting this. We wholeheartedly endorse this as well.
Thank you. Ron, followed by Susan Johnson.
Ron Laso, 1000 Norman C. Francis with Zach Smith Consulting. Council member, again, thank you for leading the charge. It takes a leader to make these things happen and to keep fighting no matter how many walls you are in front of you. So can't thank you enough for this and the importance of affordable housing. I also want to take time and thank City Planning Commission. You know, the staff of Planning Commission, they worked very hard at putting these reports together. They put all their effort into it. You know, when Kelly Butler used to be at CPC, she was the leader in all of this, and now having her at Safety and Permits, it's great to see that we have key people looking after affordable housing. So thank you all, council members, each one of you, for your work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, followed by Jennifer Wickham.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Town of Carrollton Watch. I'm not paid to be here. So two of these developments are two SMFA applications are dorm developments, D2Ds developed by Zach Smith, owned by Le Bon Temps Ventures LLC. Who's this company? They've dropped 5.6 million in the past 2 years on the purchase price alone of buildings in our neighborhood for development as D2Ds. 54 bedrooms projected in commerce under development for $1,750 per bedroom. That's not per unit, per bedroom. Gross of 1.1 million per year in our residential neighborhoods. These people are not philanthropists. Who are they? Number one, Robco, which is known for a land deal in Jefferson Parish where they sold land to the parish that already belonged to it. Big scandal in the 1980s. Number two, Dobbs Hugaboom, a market analyst formerly of Lucid LLC, which is New Orleans' only tech unicorn, sold October 27, 2021 for $1.1 billion. These people are not philanthropists. This SMFA is a boon to them. All right, and I request a carve out for the university area to some degree, because we've been in the BZA about 7417 Booth Street for quite a while now. Please hash out details, technical details. We are not looking forward to dealing with this legislation. And EMF is another problem for us. These people are looking for loopholes, and that's it. Sorry to spoil the party.
That's your time. Thank you. Jennifer Wickham, followed by Chewy. Is this you? I have a card. Yeah, Chewy. All right.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Wickham, 2925 St. Peter Street. I work with Chris and Jess at Workshop WD-40, but I wanted to thank you guys for this text amendment and reiterate that it is a change to the existing zoning. It does not adjust the density of the description of the 4 units maximum per lot. There's now actually a further restriction put forward as that compromise on the bedrooms, which I would say does restrict the creativity, which we should be promoting to try to solve our affordable housing crisis. But I recognize that that does help, assuage some of the concerns of, 54 bedrooms that could, with 2 bedrooms per unit, you'd have 8 on the property. So I would like to just reiterate the Jane Place spokesperson about making it easier to finance and easier to permit. And I'd like to thank the whole process and for making the affordable housing easier to develop. Thanks.
Thank you. Chewy, come on up.
As always, my name is Albert 2 o'clock. I'm always here representing 3 groups. One of them is the opportunity. One of them is Murder's Mobilization of Racism and Government Everywhere. One of them is the POCC Prison Tax Committee. Again, affordable housing to us, the African community of New Orleans, the regentrification of our community. We remember following Hurricane America, AKA Katrina, when the devastation of Katrina, pushed us out. but a lot of our folks are still out. Still out right now today, yeah? And a lot of folks that don't look like us occupying our community. We remember this council, the ruling class of New Orleans. That's right. And that they allow the Hispanics and the folks sit up on the corner and sell their labor. We understand this is a right to work state, but y'all city council allowed them to sit up all over the city and sell their labor. And made it possible for them to move into properties that we were there and we couldn't get back. You know, it's ridiculous. We've been here in New Orleans during the days of old, during the child slavery days. That's right. We've been here, not just here in New Orleans, throughout the United States of America. But we've been here. And folks come in our community, you know, the developers and stuff, you know, they come with their money and the ruling class. You know, the city council, y'all align with them. And they push us out every day, every night. You know, and we folks that living under the bridge, they ain't us. You know, but we out, we can't get in. You know, and you know, again, it's just so ridiculous, you know, that you had these things on the agenda, folks.
Mr. Clark, that's your
You know,
time.
it must look like us. They can't dress out. We keep it 100, girl.
Any online comments? How many?
We have 11 online comments.
Can you just do 5 minutes of comments and then put the rest on the record?
Sure.
Thank you.
First comment is from Luann White. I'm the Executive Director of Leave Services, a small nonprofit permanent supportive housing developer. We are building affordable rental housing for people who are homeless. We're building tiny houses and tiny house duplexes and collaborating with the Travelers Aid Society to ensure that our residents have the services that they need to ensure their success in housing. We ask that the council approve the amendment to modify the comprehensive zoning ordinance that would allow small developers like Levis to build 2 structures on 1 lot. This would allow us more opportunities to build 3 or more units on 1 property without the expensive requirements of a traditional 4-plex structure. Our goal is to increase housing opportunities for people who are unhoused. This amendment will help us do that. The next comment is from Lindsay Lohr, who is representing Habitat for Humanity as a volunteer coordinator for Habitat for Humanity and someone currently navigating the daunting challenge of finding affordable housing in New Orleans. I strongly support this amendment. Making it easier to develop small multifamily units is crucial for increasing affordable housing in New Orleans. This approach not only addresses an urgent need for broadening housing options, but also expands homeownership opportunities in the missing middle, allowing more residents to invest in their future. Next comment is from Henry Boost, also representing Habitat for Humanity as a paid representative. I'm writing to express support for the proposed amendment detailed in zoning docket number 2724. As a former AmeriCorps volunteer who has made the transition to a New Orleans homeowner and a full-time job as Habitat for Humanity 4-person, my experiences have given me perspective on the importance of this ordinance. As someone who now supervises AmeriCorps volunteers, the existing zoning regulations limited our ability to provide housing for volunteers requesting to serve in New Orleans. The proposed changes to allow small multifamily affordable developments to consist of either a single structure with no more than 4 dwelling units or 2 detached structures totaling no more than 4 dwelling units alongside the modifications to bulk and yard requirements represent a critical step forward. By embracing this more flexible approach, we are not only addressing the current shortfall in volunteer housing, but are also laying the groundwork for a more vibrant, inclusive, and resilient community. The potential for volunteers to become long-term residents and contributors to our city's fabric, as I have, should not be underestimated. With adequate housing, we can retain engaged individuals who choose to invest their futures in New Orleans. This is more than a matter of housing policy. Paul Irons with the New Orleans Restoration Properties comments. I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed motion 20. He doesn't have all the numbers here, but regarding small multifamily affordable development in New Orleans, the amendment which allows for the construction of 2 structures with up to 4 units total on a single lot is in designated districts represents a significant step forward in addressing the city's affordable housing needs. This initiative not only maintains the existing density regulations, but also introduces a more cost-effective approach for developers by avoiding the expensive requirement of sprinkler systems in buildings with more than 2 units. The proposed amendment aligns perfectly with our city's commitment to developing affordable housing options while ensuring that life safety measures like setbacks and yard requirements of firewall separation are adequately met. This change is not just a regulatory adjustment, it's a pragmatic solution that enables developers to optimize land use and contribute to the city's affordable housing stock effectively. As a stakeholder in the New Orleans community and a professional in the field of property restoration and development, I understand the importance of such amendments in making affordable housing more accessible and feasible. The flexibility offered by this amendment can open up new opportunities for developers to innovate while adhering to safety and quality standards. I urge the council to approve this amendment as it offers a balanced approach to housing development, one that respects the needs of our community, the constraints of developers, and the overarching goal of building a more inclusive city. Thanks for considering my viewpoint on this matter. I am hopeful that with your support, this amendment would mark a positive change in the approach to housing development in New Orleans. And it looks like I'll make that the last one.
Thank you, Anita. I've moved. Can I get a second? Second by Council Vice President Morrell. All in favor? Need one more vote. 5 yeas, motion carries. I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank the advocates. I want to thank Allison, Ella, and Liz on my staff, and I want to thank the other council members for their really insightful input from their communities. So thank you. This is a good day for housing. Yay.
Council members, we will be taking a motion 24-213. We will need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
This is my motion. This deals with a professional service contract for the Transcendent Law Group to perform independent investigations in NOPD personnel complaints. I will move to suspend the rules. I get a second. Second by Druso. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, 6 yeas, no nays. Rules suspended. Another suspension to add the item to the agenda. I will move. I get a second. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Seven yeas, no nays. It's add to the agenda. Essentially.
Oh, one second. We will further need to suspend the rules because this didn't go to committee. Suspend Rule 57.
I will move. Screen comes up. I get a second. Six yeas, no nays.
7 yeas. 7 yeas.
Now for discussion, consistent with the superintendent's previous positions, NOPD is seeking to engage a firm to engage in a third-party investigation of complaints levied against officers. I will move to adopt. I get a second?
I need to read it into the record.
Oh, sorry. I'm used to the other going over me.
I'm sorry. Motion 24-213 by Councilmember Morrell by request adding the president of council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and Transcendent Law Group LLC and authorizing the president of the council to sign the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and Transcendent Law Group LLC.
Thank you. If there aren't any questions, I've moved. Council President has seconded. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you. Appreciate y'all being here today.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you read the executive session item? We're going to go into executive session.
On top of page 37, executive session and related personnel actions. An executive session held pursuant to the LARS 4217A1 to discuss personnel matters related to character, professional competency, or physical or mental health of an individual. At the conclusion of the executive session, the council may by motion elect to take personnel action related thereto by motion.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. It's been moved and seconded by Council President Morrell, Vice President Morrell. 5 years, no nays, we're in executive session.
Yes, sadly, somebody gave me a ticket.
All right, everyone, let's do a motion to reconvene. I'll motion. Seconded by Vice President Morrell. Vote your machines, please, when they come up. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We're back reconvened.
Council members, pursuant to the agenda notice, at the conclusion of the executive session, the council may by motion elect to take personnel action relative thereto by motion. Accordingly, we have a motion. The number will be assigned should it pass after the meeting. But it is a motion by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Be it moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that Laura W. Johnson, for the reasons set forth in our notice of pre-termination hearing, the findings of which are accepted and incorporated in this motion, be and hereby is removed from her position as Clerk of Council for the New Orleans City Council, and that her employment with the City of New Orleans be terminated. The Council Chief of Staff is directed to take all steps and send all notices appropriate or necessary to effectuate the terms of this motion. That is the motion.
Thank you. I'll move. Seconded by Vice President Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the regular agenda.
Council members, we'll be going to page 40 on the regular agenda. HDLC appeal of Michael Casey Commercial Construction. This matter will be continued to the meeting of 5/16. Top of page 41. HDLC appeal of Alicia Warnick, Director of Operations. Demo Diva LLC demolition dumpsters. Municipal address 1428 through 1430 Clewitt Street.
This wasn't done.
Did we take action on one?
Go to the regular agenda. Oh, by accident? I think you skipped one by accident. Look.
Sorry about that. Legislative grouping on top of page 38, communication from Claire Brun, Land Use and Policy Director, Councilmember Jeruso, Joseph Jeruso, the 3rd District 8, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application. RTA application 2021-0434, 8527 Oak Street, 8527 Oak Street LLC. And there's a resolution 24-198 by Councilmember Jeruso, a resolution approving the RTA application 2021-0434, 8527 Oak Street, 8527 Oak Street LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is simply a restoration tax abatement, not the Regional Transit Authority. To bring a small cottage on the commercial corridor of Oak Street back into commerce. The property will be used for office space by a construction company. The RTA was approved by RTA Review Committee unanimously. Members, I have a stack of cards here for everybody who hasn't done this before with me. You get 2 minutes. At 30 seconds, I tell you, you have 30 seconds left. And when time is up, I ask you to move on to the next person, all right? So All right, Mr. Burnside, you're up. Also, if I mispronounce your name in advance, I apologize, and it's not meant to be with disrespect. Hody Hamed and Sarah Singh.
All right, so in regards to the restoration tax abatement and the small cottage, it's a residential house. It was going to be used for an STR. It's going to be used as an office. It may or may not eventually pay commercial level instead of residential level property tax. But the person who's doing the paperwork for this thing doesn't do his paperwork well. His LLC is currently not active with the Secretary of State. So we're giving an RTA to a person who has a non-active LLC. And he put in his paperwork late. So there was a lot of stuff written in the RTA about reapplying, none of which is a deal breaker. But for me, the deal is this. We have to figure out a way to stop incentivizing people to turn residential housing into commercial space. And I don't really know how to do that, but as long as affordable housing is the cheapest commercial space for your office or the cheapest space for your early childhood education business or the cheapest space for your law office, these people will always be able to offer $10 more a month than just a guy who's trying to feed his family. So there has to be a way where we can stop the encroachment into our affordable housing. And of course, one way would be to stop tax incentivizing them to do so.
Got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One other thing, Mr. Burnside, we know you're at 2215 Felicity. Under our rules, you're supposed to also state your address and whether or not you're a paid actor.
My name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity. And if anybody ever wants to pay me to act, they're welcome to come talk to me.
Thank you, sir. All right, Hody Hamed, Sarah Singh, and Rania Hamden.
I'm commenting on agenda item number 1, requesting a public hearing. We also request a public hearing on a ceasefire resolution. I'm here to talk about an event where civilians, college students, and faculty alike gathered around to peacefully protest against their government's actions. In response, the government decided to use military personnel in order to subdue their voices. Eventually, using tear gas and military force, they had left many critically wounded and or dead. I'm of course talking about the Tiananmen Square incident of 1989 in China. A topic in history we reflect upon and go, wow, thank God we live in America, home of the brave and land of the free. This can never happen, except in 1970 in Kent State University, where peaceful protesters, again, civilians, college students, and faculty alike were protesting, met with the National Guard, where the National Guard had to use tear gas as well as, unfortunately, had opened fire upon the protesters, leaving 4 dead and 9 wounded. I'm here today to tell you about the ongoing genocide in Gaza and to show you that no matter how much you try to sweep it under the rug or how hard you try to hide, we're not going to give up. All over the nation, there are many encampments all over many college campuses, including civilians, college students, alumni, and faculty, protesting against the genocide in Gaza. I'm here today to tell you that I stand with the other students that were suspended. I ask that you drop the charges, and I ask that you
30 seconds.
Listen to the people of New Orleans, the citizens, the tens of thousands of Palestinians that live here, and the thousands of people who have died in Gaza, whether it's children, women, fathers, or grandparents. I ask that you listen to the people and that you pass a ceasefire. I would say thank you, but I don't want to give you that satisfaction unless I actually meant it.
Mr. Hamed, what's your address, please?
I live in 3713 Lake Winnipeg Drive.
Thank you, sir. All right, Sarah Singh, name, address, whether or not you're paid to be here, Rania Hamden, and Harley Holiday.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Singh. I live at 4313 Toulouse Street, 70119, and I'm not a paid actor. I am here opposing consent agenda number 35 to further militarize New Orleans police. And I am here disappointed and deeply troubled by the priorities of this council.
Ma'am, I can just say this, we've already voted on that item. So if you want to fill out a new card so you can speak on this one, You're gonna have plenty of speakers ahead of you, but we've already passed that item.
If I may continue with my comment on,
And then you can fill out a new card for this. You can continue with your comment.
all right, thank you all.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
complete my comments.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Despite months and months of protests in favor of a ceasefire resolution in Gaza by citizens of Orleans Parish, your constituents and fellow community members, this council has remained silent. We recently saw the outsized mobilization of state police against peaceful students at Tulane and Loyola's on-campus protests, and we are here to say that we do not need more police. It is abundantly clear that Palestine is a local issue and thus one for this council to address. We are here to implore you to stop being complicit in genocide and to join the 125 cities that have signed a ceasefire resolution. We also ask you publicly support the students who are protesting at Loyola and Tulane. Protesting is not a crime.
Thank you. The lawyer also pointed out to me that we have 30-minute maximum on time, so we'll be keeping that started at 1:19. Rania Hamdan, not here anymore. All right, I'm gonna mark it as information only is what's on the card and not speaking. Harley Holiday. All right, Harley, then Aaron Gifford, then Joshua Tannenbaum.
Hello, my name is Harley Holiday. I am a resident of 1805 St. Roch Avenue in New Orleans. I am commenting on agenda item number 1, wherein the city is looking to request a public hearing on the RTA, and I'm urging City Council to also have a public hearing on a ceasefire resolution and to listen to community voices on this issue. New Orleans needs to join the 125 cities who have passed ceasefire resolutions. Our city provides nearly $6 million in tax dollars every year to fund the Israeli military, money that should go towards public housing, healthcare, or student loan forgiveness in our city. We need to fund care in our community, not imperialist projects and genocide. New Orleans needs to do its part to stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza and end its complicity in genocide. This is a local issue and we need a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
All right. Aaron Gifford, Joshua Tannenbaum, Natalie, I apologize, man, I'm having trouble reading your last name. I know it's Antolini. Aaron Gifford. Not here, all right. Is Mr. Tannenbaum still here?
Joshua Titlebaum, 734 Dumaine Street, and I'm not a paid actor. I'm here to talk about land use. I am troubled by the land use in our city. Tulane has tax breaks for its land use, and that's public space. And as the council, I'm really troubled by the silence on the issue of Palestine. I think a lot of things are happening in our city without guidance or leadership from the council. Your silence leaves a void. Without that statement that says what we stand for, all that's left is the bigoted language that comes out of the state legislature, and we're allowing them to speak for us, for our city. I was pleased to hear at the previous council meeting when y'all said that you didn't want to let the state legislature speak on behalf of the city on LGBTQ issues. Well, the same should be true on the issue of Palestine. Palestine is a liberation issue. The movement is filled with LGBTQ people and people who support that cause and support all kinds of causes of social justice. And to allow us to be aligned or to be led by the Louisiana state legislature when we, the city of New Orleans, has always been a progressive leading voice for equality, for justice. In the absence of your direction, we have people being prosecuted. We have people having guns brandished in their faces. We have bigoted comments coming out of our universities in this city, which are misrepresenting us. I realize that that we are hijacking this meeting somewhat, but I would urge you to please, if you don't want us to misuse the comments, please let us have a public hearing on ceasefire so you can hear from your constituents and so that the voice of the city can be heard, even if the council doesn't want it.
Thank you. Natalie Antoneely. Sorry, I apologize. I'm having trouble reading your handwriting. Then Silas Gillette, then Sebastian Brumfeld Mayor.
My name is Natalie Antonelli, and I am
No.
commenting on agenda item 1A regarding the request for a city hearing. We are also requesting a city hearing after 7 months of actions in the city calling for the state of Louisiana to end all aid to Israel and an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and recently a peaceful student-led encampment calling for Louisiana universities to disclose financial ties to Zionist entities and divest from Israel's military and surveillance technologies. It is clear that Palestinian liberation is a local issue. You have been silent while we have been loud, and in that you are not representing our city. As the people of New Orleans are deeply connected to the pain and those suffering locally and internationally. 125 cities have signed a ceasefire resolution. New Orleans must do the same. We demand ceasefire be put on the agenda to hear from the community. As a senior at Tulane, I am also here to advocate for my peers who were subject to the excessive use of force and violence by TUPD, NOPD, and the Louisiana State Police in riot gear. I ask that you condemn the actions of Tulane and Loyola administration and publicly support the First Amendment rights of our students and community members, freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. The violent dispersal of peaceful students and community members employing armored vehicles, assault rifles, riot gear, and the threat of chemical agents is an embarrassment to our city. Our institutions are repressing us, and we demand action from our city government and this city council.
Thank you. Silas Gillette. Then Sebastian Brumfeld Mayor, it looks like. And again, I apologize. And then Anan Khalil.
Excuse me. Hello, city council members. Thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it. My name is Silas Gillette. I'm commenting on item 1A. I'm a Jewish sophomore at Tulane University, 120 Olmert Way. I'm not a paid actor. I was at the peaceful encampment last night, and I was uncertain whether or not I or my friends were going to live until the morning. In response to our demands that our university enact policies encouraging peace in Palestine, we were met with violence. There were sniper rifles trained at us, police in full riot gear with live ammunition, and armored vehicles. Several of my student friends were seriously injured, and many of us were suspended. We now don't have access to our homes, and we cannot take our final exams. This all happened without a hearing. I'd like to repeat that this was a fully nonviolent demonstration by students on our own campus. I'm asking that the city council condemn this reckless use of violence, sign on to the ceasefire statement, and add a hearing on the matter of a ceasefire to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sebastian Brumfield Mayor, Anan Khalil, and Alex Yarish. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering your name.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Brumfield Mejia. I live at 1325 St. Anthony Street. I'm not a paid actor. I'm commenting on agenda item number 1 for a public hearing. I'm requesting a public hearing like many other people here today to put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. First, I want to just point out how absurd it is that we should even have to come here and demand for the city council to publicly oppose the genocide of thousands and thousands of Palestinian people, especially the thousands of children murdered by Israel, which include a 17-year-old kid from the West Bank of New Orleans. 125 other cities in the US have already signed a ceasefire resolution, so it is the bare minimum that New Orleans do the same. I also want to talk about the recent delusional, violent, and cowardly assault by state police on the peaceful and lawful protesters at Tulane and Loyola. Our city and state police forces have no business violating the First Amendment rights of students and members of the public. Aiming weapons and using psychological torture tactics by playing loud, incessant music at protesters while dressed in riot gear is a waste of taxpayer dollars and, more importantly, an extremely inappropriate response to the legitimate concerns students and the public have about Tulane and Loyola's investments in genocide. As elected officials, you have a duty to condemn the Tulane and Loyola administrations for their unlawful and unconstitutional repression of student protesters. These are not private issues confined to private universities. By sicking local and state police on protesters, Tulane and Loyola have made this
30
a
seconds.
public issue. This is in addition to the tax breaks Tulane and Loyola benefit from and their inextricable connections to public life in New Orleans. We are 7 months into collectively witnessing the genocide of Palestinian people by Israel. Each one of you has the opportunity to put political pressure on local institutions like Tulane and Loyola to refrain from punishing student protesters and divest from the genocidal state of Israel. Each one of you can refuse to support law enforcement.
That is your time.
Uses unlawful
That
and
is your
cowardly
time.
force against protesters. We are watching Gaza, we are watching Tulane and Loyola, we are watching state police, and we are watching you. So do your jobs.
Thank you. Anan Khalil. And then again, I apologize, Alex Sharish and Renee Slajda.
My name's Anan Khalil. I live in 805 Bellamy Boulevard and I'm not a paid actor. I'm commenting on agenda number 1 to request a public hearing. We also want a public hearing on ceasefire. After 7 months of ceasefire actions and recently a peaceful student-led encampment, it cannot be any more clear that this is city business and you must act. Your silence is your complicity in genocide, and in that you do not represent our city. The people of New Orleans are deeply connected to the pain of those suffering locally and internationally. Allowing the use of force on sleeping college students is embarrassing our city in the national and international news media. Make a statement in support of the students and chastise Tulane and Loyola presidents for punishing those who felt morally compelled to take action against ongoing genocide. And I choose not to say thank you.
All right. Alex? Is Alex Sharish here? Alex? No? Okay. Next up, Renee Slajda. Then Nick Stracco, then Dr. Akeem Murad.
Hi, my name's Renee Slater. I live
Slater,
at
sorry.
1125, no, you're good. 1125 North Prior Street. I'm also not a paid actor. I'm also here to request a hearing on the ceasefire resolution. But more immediately than that, even for city council to condemn the actions of Tulane and Loyola universities for calling in NOPD and the state police on students protesting, which is their right. And I actually think we should be really proud of students for getting involved, for demanding better of our government. This is what we want, is civic engagement, and that's what they were doing, and they were met with brutality and force. I also think you should condemn the state police and Governor Landry's insistence that they be here in New Orleans, and NOPD's actions as well. You have power over NOPD. We have seen them use abuse before. I was on the bridge during the Black Lives Matter movement when they released tear gas. This body passed a resolution in response to that, later repealed it, and here we are again, and we'll be here again and again and again until you control NOPD and you invest the money that you're putting there into our communities, which is what we need. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Stracco. Forgive my voice for being a little shaky. I have trauma from the other night. I'm not a paid actor. I live at 419 South Alexander. I too am requesting a public hearing. I'm a Tulane alum, class of 2014, 5-year employee at Tipitina's. I've been an environmental educator here in New Orleans, including at Audubon Aquarium for over 10 years. I was at Tulane University as an observer and de-escalator during the recent SWAT raid. At 1 a.m. May 1st, the state troopers informed us with smiles on their faces that they turned off their body cameras. They blocked St. Charles so nobody could leave by vehicle. Instead of going home to sleep in my bed, I decided to charge my phone and bear witness to the impending brutalization. At precisely 3 a.m., over 200 SWAT team officers marched to Gibson Quad. 2 armored vehicles called Rhinos, each with 2 snipers, drove onto the grass. I walked into St. Charles Avenue, a public roadway, to film a rhino when one of the snipers screamed at me to get back. I now realize that the other snipers must have been aiming at my head when this happened. If I had kept walking towards the rhino, I surely would have been shot. I was steps from death. They also had a Stingray with them, which is a spying device used to steal cell phone data from every mobile phone within a few miles. This is unlawful search and seizure. The military battalion then marched on us in the neutral ground, public property. The riot cops shot my friends with less lethal rounds, which can still be lethal. They arrested 14 people, many of them
30
on
seconds.
public property. This response is entirely inappropriate for unarmed peaceful protesters practicing their First Amendment right to demand an end to genocide. I am asking the city council to put a ceasefire on the agenda to hear from the community. I am also asking the city council to condemn Tulane University for sending in riot cops on unarmed peaceful protesters.
After Dr. Murad, Delaney Nolan, Allie Noyes, it looks like Noyes, and Allie Beth Rose is my last card.
Good afternoon again. My name is Dr. Hakan Murad, 719 South Salcedo Street. I'm not a paid actor, as many of you know. I've met with most of you. I want to start with that I am an alum of Tulane as well. I did my undergrad, master's, and PhD at Tulane. I'm very familiar with that university as well as Loyola as well. They have consistently failed to be representation to represent this city. They like to purport that they do a lot of work in the city, but then they consistently fail at representing us time and time again. And what happened on Wednesday is another example in the morning. So I want to. You guys have heard me speak. Most of you or your staffers have heard me speak. We talked about ceasefire. I want to thank first and foremost everyone that came out today. I want to thank the students that stood up for the rights of Palestinians. It is incredibly heartwarming as I wake up every day and I see the news of more and more people dying. Students who've never been to Palestine, and some of them have never met a Palestinian until a couple of years ago or something like that, choose to risk arrest and like Nick said, you choose to risk death. Choose to risk death to stand up and to make a message. No one should have to do that. That's unreasonable. It's unreasonable. You know it's unreasonable. You would never allow your children to be in that situation. I would never allow my child to be in that situation. But with my time that I have, I've already spoken earlier. I want to respect this institution, this meeting, and what you guys are about, which is helping the city. These students, please meet with them. If not meet with them, talk to the administrations, reverse their suspensions, allow them to continue their education. They should not have to face future repercussions for standing up for justice, for peacefully protesting. Please, I implore you, the one thing, if anything that you listen, please help the students get back into their school, get back into their dorms, and continue on with their life, because that is the minimum, the absolute minimum that I think that we can all do.
Thank you. Delaney Nolan, Allie Noyes, and Allie Beth Rose. Delaney? All right, not here. Allie? Not here. All right. Then last card, Allie Beth Rose.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for having everybody today. My name is Allie Beth Rose. I'm not a paid actor or paid here in any way, but I am a proud member of the Ion Surveillance Coalition. And I'm here to urge y'all to show your support for what these students have done. They have the right to demonstrate against their university's vested interests in these partnerships. You think bombs just like fall out of a coconut tree, to use our vice president's words? These bombs are engineered by partnerships between universities like Tulane and Israeli universities and tech companies. The brutality that Louisiana State Police showed against these peaceful demonstrators doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists with training partnerships that happen with the Israeli military. Like, all of this is connected from New Orleans to Palestine. quietly providing the infrastructure of war and brutality that's killing 35,000 people. And we think camping out on the lawn is really necessary? What do you have to lose, council, by adopting a ceasefire resolution for this city when 35,000 people are losing their lives? Is it because New Orleans has an agreement with the Israeli tech firm Carbine, which is known to have invasive surveillance of Palestinians through its unit 0820? Is it because loopholes in city surveillance policy allow Louisiana State Police to use banned surveillance technology like Stingray?
30 seconds.
If anyone needs to disclose and divest, it's the city of New Orleans. Don't let these interests occlude your moral judgment and sense of justice. Please put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda and unequivocally pass it. Thank you for your time.
All right. That concludes public comment. I've moved on the RTA, the tax abatement, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
On page 39, legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Zachary Smith on Zach Smith.
Protesting is not a crime. Free Palestine.
Land use matters, legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Zachary Smith on the Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of denial of an appeal from an agricultural review committee, deferral and recommendations from the ARC's March 19, 2024 meeting regarding the application to build a 15,850 square foot, 3-story mixed-use building for the property located at 405 Red Allen Way in 820 Test Street. Motion 24-201 by Councilmember King. Motion granting the applicant's request and that the decision of the HDLC affirming that the ARC's deferral and its findings that the building's proposed massing and articulation did not meet the HDLC design guidelines for new construction or reverse. The HDLC is directed to take the appropriate steps in conformance with this motion.
All right, thank you. HDLC, you got the floor.
Since December of 2023, an application for the new construction of a commercial short-term rental hotel and large mixed-use development has been proceeding through the ARC review process. Following little headway regarding suggested recommendations, the applicant has elected to appeal the latest ARC deferral motion of March 19, 2024. This decision is a de facto appeal of the recommended revisions as well. Despite the repeated concerns and recommendations of the ARC, the proposed development has changed very little since the initial submittal last December. Over the past 4 meetings, the main recommendation has been related to massing. As noted at every meeting, the massing and size of the building is inappropriate for the location and Algiers Point Historic District. Suggested massing changes focused heavily on the southerly facing elevation at Red Allen Way. This elevation is juxtaposed against a streetscape of 1- and 2-story residential buildings, including a 1-story single shotgun directly to its left. The concept of the design review process in full control HDLC district hinges on the understanding that it is not intended to be another metaphorical hoop to jump through, but rather an intensive conversation to improve proposed architectural designs and neighborhood compatibility. In this sense, declining to respond to repeated recommendations equates willfully choosing to sidestep an established process that has a proven track record of success. For the reasons stated, staff recommended denial of the appeal of the ARC deferral. At their meeting of April 3rd, 2024, the commission agreed with the ARC that the building's proposed massing and articulation do not meet the HDLC design guidelines for new construction. Commission voted unanimously to deny the appeal.
Thank you. The proposed building's third story would allow for this residential housing component, excuse me, let's start from the beginning. The proposed building's third story is what allows for the residential housing component, making this a true mixed-use development. The applicant and developer have worked continuously with neighbors for this proposed design, which was denied by HDLC due to a difference in vision. While the height was one of HDLC's primary points of concern, this project remains compliant with the maximum height permitted by the CZO. At this time, make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. What? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. 4 yeas, no nays. Do you have anyone? 5? Any online comments? And we do have comments, but I think those are for the individuals that just left. Want to make sure, Mr. 719 Salcedo. Anybody from that residence here? All right. Lana Murad, Rosette Drive in Harvey. All right, and Mr. Ramasel was in favor of the development.
So,
Thank you.
at the bottom of page 41, legislative grouping, HDLC of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, municipal address 2203 South Carrollton Avenue. This has been continued to 5/16. And the accompanying motion 24205 by Councilmember Jeruso has also been deferred to 5/16. At the bottom of page 42, we have BCC appeal of Darlene M. Jacobs, Law Office of Darlene M. Jacobs and Associates, municipal address 728 Dumaine Street. This has been continued to 5/16. At the top of page 43, BCC appeal of Erica Gates Preservation LLC, 1022 Royal Street. This has been continued to 5/16. At the bottom of the page, zoning docket 1224 Zalkaido Edganor. Municipal addresses 2100 to 2102 Charter Street and 525 to 535 Frenchman Street. The zoning has died. At the top of page 44, zoning docket 1524 by Timothy Norton, municipal address 7908 through 7912 Elhart Boulevard. This has been continued to 5/16, I'm sorry. Zoning docket 1924, Naja Inc., municipal address 5700 Deer Park Boulevard. This has been continued to 5/16. At the top of page 45, zoning docket 2024, Bank Plus 5775 Deer Park Boulevard. This has been continued to 5/16. At the top of page 50, zoning docket 2324, Engine 22 LLC, municipal address 514 Jackson Avenue. This has been continued to 5/16. At the bottom of the page, legislative grouping, zoning docket 2624, Hoot LLC. An applicant provided a letter to withdraw. This matter will be withdrawn from the agenda. Also, the accompanying motion 24206 by Councilmember Harris will be withdrawn. Motion 24-207 by Councilmember Harris will also be withdrawn. At the top of page 54, zoning docket, legislative group and zoning docket 2924, Xanax Antiques LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a reception facility in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district located on square 233, lot 18 in the 6th municipal district, bounded by Magazine Street, Cater Street, Jenner Street, and Camp Street. Municipal address 4521 through 4523 Magazine Street. The recommendation of City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have a motion M 24-208 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 2924, subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you. This motion would allow for a conditional use for a reception facility in an HUB1 district. The space was previously occupied by Firehouse Loft and served as an art gallery. Our office did receive a letter of opposition as well, and we are aware that there are concerns regarding noise and adequate security. However, after speaking with a representative of the applicant and reevaluating the evidence, we decided it was best to move forward with approval. CPC, will you brief us?
Sure. This is an application to allow a reception hall within the 2nd story of a 2-story commercial building on Magazine Street between Cadiz and Jenna Streets. The 2nd story space primarily operates as an art gallery, which is a permitted use in the zoning district. The applicant seeks to enable the art gallery to host events, and this requires a zoning approval for a reception hall through the conditional use process. There have been events in the past, and future events would be legitimized through the zoning approval. The total area of the reception facility would be approximately 2,639 square feet. The proposal does not include any modification to the existing building. The Planning Commission views this as being an appropriate land use for the bustling Magazine Street commercial corridor. It is comparable in land use impact to other commercial uses in the district, including restaurants and stores. The Planning Commission has received public comment both in support and opposition to this application. The comments in opposition largely centered on concerns about parking, noise, and traffic, while the support letters and comments address the operation of the facility. Ultimately, the City Planning Commission found the proposal to be appropriate given the commercial purpose of the zoning district and recommends approval with 3 standard provisos.
Thank you. I have 2 cards, one from Michael Burnside and one from Richard Duplancha. Okay. Thank you.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity, not a paid actor, looking however for employment. In regards to this particular situation, I read the final staff report. It's my memory that this used to be many, many years ago, a firehouse. And it's my memory that it's a particularly large building. These are the kind of situations where I wish the city, as a city, not necessarily the council person, but the city really should negotiate. I understand that this is for a commercial district. I got that. And commercial districts are important. But I believe that housing is important, and I believe that housing that's dispersed is important, and I believe dispersed housing comes with certain benefits. All the uranium atoms and all the nuclear bombs were found here on Earth, but they weren't killing anybody because they were all dispersed. So only when we pack things together that stuff starts falling apart. So if you pack all the poor people in one spot, don't be surprised if shit blows up. But if you spread them out, it's just background radiation. It's helpful. It allows for genetic mutation, which allows for species development. It can be a good thing to have a poor person or 2 in your neighborhood. So this would be an ideal situation to have a small apartment. And the city should say things like, if you want X, we want Y. Let's see if we can get together and make both of us happy instead of us just agreeing to make you happy. Because we need housing, and we need housing for poor people. And we don't need to send everybody to some giant complex out in New Orleans East.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I would encourage you to check out the fire station revamp on Jackson Avenue, Louisiana Avenue. Sir.
Hi, Council. Richard Duplanche. I am a paid actor. I am here representing the neighbors and some of the adjacent landowners. but I also reside at 5866 General Diaz in Council Member Drusso's district. So I'm going to talk first about my clients, and then I'm going to talk about my concern. And that is with city planning. My clients' concerns are very specific. The operators of this facility have been violating their license multiple times. And at the time that they submitted this application for conditional use, there were violations that were pending on this property that were not disclosed by the operator. And they have continued to operate in violation of their license without getting special events permits for 2 years now. And so what they're asking you to do, this council to do, is reward bad behavior so that we can continue to do more things in the future. And so the neighborhood, they have attempted to get these operators to cooperate and follow the rules and just get special event permits when they have events, and they have not done that. On a personal level, I can attest to having attended one of those public events that was not permitted, because I was invited to a party at this facility that had hundreds of people at it. And it was disruptive to the neighborhood. So I know that you may have, Councilmember Harris, you may have spoken to Mr. Colwell or the other operators of Firehouse Lofts, but they're not being honest with you or their neighbors or city planning. And putting my client's concerns aside about the impact on the neighborhood of a reception facility, my personal concern is that this is what I think Councilmember Morrell or somebody mentioned earlier about city planning not doing their job, because city planning dropped the ball and did not disclose at the hearing that there were violations that were happening at the time when they did this approval of the conditional use. And city planning needs to go back to city planning for there to be a full disclosure about what was happening before, and that the violations were in.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Those are my concerns, is that city planning has not done their job and it needs to go back.
Thank you. Are there any online comments? How many?
All right, there's two.
Okay.
The first comment is from Robert Gassio. As a property owner in this neighborhood, I have made a personal investment in my home and am opposed to the change of use to a reception hall for Saxon Antiques, currently operating as an art gallery by the tenant Firehouse Lofts for several reasons. One, the recent approval by the City Planning Commission hearing did not accurately cite the violations by the current operator, Firehouse Lofts. Firehouse Lofts has been cited for illegal use, and fines were levied from multiple violations. It's unclear why City Planning Commission staff did not see these violations nor address them at the hearing. The violations appear to be ongoing. Number two, density. A reception hall on Magazine Street causes increased noise levels and does not properly align with the neighborhood character, noise, traffic, limited parking, increased trash, safety, possible consumption of alcohol, etc. Number three, a reception hall detracts from the neighborhood, and it's not necessarily a neighborhood business that enhances or improves the livability of the neighborhood. It has more of a negative impact than positive. I am not going to visit my local reception hall, but I would visit an art gallery or some other small business. Number four, parking and hours of operation. Based off the city's guidelines, reception halls can have 200 people and be opened until 4 a.m. That is certainly not suited for a quaint neighborhood surrounded by residents and small businesses. Five, has the City Planning Commission addressed fire safety and ADA accessibility prior to the approval of changes to a reception hall located on a second floor? Six, lastly, I'm not aware of any agreement with the neighborhood association that would address these negative effects on the character and viability of our neighborhood, increased density, parking, safety, trash, etc. As a neighbor, keeping the current use of an art gallery is much more suited for the character of our neighborhood. And the other comment is from Michael Clement, who says, as a resident living one block from 4523 Magazine Street, I'm strongly opposed to the conditional use to allow a reception facility. Saxon Antiques is currently operated as Firehouse Loft and is currently used as an art gallery, but has been operating as an unpermitted event venue, prompting violations. One stop reference number UPE 4BN and an illegal use violation, one stop reference E0 GYB1, where Firehouse Loft was found in violation and fined. Business owner Sean Colwell submitted a letter to comply to the Department of Safety and Permits, where he states, quote, as a licensed art gallery, we agree to abide by all local ordinances, including but not limited to the requirement to procure a special event permit for any private events hosted at our location at 4523 Magazine Street, end quote. Special events permits are never procured for the countless private events that have been held. Currently, there are 2 pending cases of illegal use listed on One Stop, showing 8 violations. When asked by City Planning Commission if violations were found. Firehouse Loft said there were no violations nor fines, although One Stop shows differently. A reception facility is not a good use for a business located within a historic residential neighborhood. Granting a change of use to allow a reception facility will allow a capacity of 200 people. Serving alcohol will be allowed in operable hours until 4 a.m., resulting in an increase of crowds, parking, noise, and safety. A reception facility is an inappropriate use in an area where businesses cater to the neighborhood. Granting the conditional use in this case would exacerbate the issues affecting our neighborhood, but will also be condoning Firehouse Loft's prior bad behavior and violations. And that's it for your online comments.
All right, I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 55, legislative grouping, zoning docket 3124, Valentine Franks III, requesting a conditional use to permit a wireless telecommunication tower exceeding 65 feet in height in the MU2 high-density mixed-use district on square 555, lot A, and part lot 8, and lot B or part lot 8 in the first municipal district bounded by Perdido Street, Gravia Street, South Russia Blade Street, and South Tonti Street. Municipal address 2429 Perdido Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to non-provisos. We have motion M24-210 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the applicant's request for the zoning docket number 3124, subject to non-provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This space previously housed a 65-foot telecommunications tower. The key difference in this case is that the communication unit is, that will be constructed, can't talk, will be 121 feet. The tower would accommodate Verizon as well as 2 other service providers. Our office did not receive any opposition. CPC, do you have anything to add? Nothing more to add. I'm going to go ahead and move. I need a second. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 7 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 56, we have a legislative group in zoning docket 3224, Kudan and Vienna, Louisiana LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle service and repair facility minor in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district in an HUC historic urban.
Madam Clerk, can I interrupt you? This is item number 17. It's deferred.
Sorry. And the company motion 209 by Councilmember Harris, zoning docket 3224 is also going to the meeting of 516. At the top of page 57, we have zoning docket 3324, JNR Investment Group. This is moving forward to the meeting of 516. At the top of page 58, legislative grouping, design and review 124 by Marvin Alexander, requesting to permit a demolition of an existing warehouse structure located in the central business district on square 447, lot X and Y in the first municipal district bounded by Elhart Boulevard, South Carrollton Avenue, and Willow Street. Municipal address 2801 Elhart Boulevard. The recommendation of the city planning being for approval, subject to 1 proviso. We have motion 24202 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the applicant's request for design review number 124, subject to 1 proviso as provided in the City Planning Commission planning report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a demo request for the CBD, which requires council approval. It's a vacant, unsightly warehouse across from Home Depot and has no architectural significance. Allowing demolition of this warehouse will pave the way for the site's redevelopment. CPC, anything to add? No. We have 1 comment. Don Rendon.
My name is Don Randon, 825 Camp Street, New Orleans. I am not an actor. I'm president of Don Randon Real Estate, a commercial real estate brokerage company. For a number of years, the city has been interested in improving and expanding commercial development along Claiborne to Earhart. This retail area is anchored by a very successful Home Depot store. The demo permit being requested is for a dilapidated warehouse right across from Home Depot on the corner of Claiborne and Earhart Boulevard. This warehouse and storage yard is atop a site that could be redeveloped as retail, food, services, etc. Redevelopment will create increased ad valorem tax, sales tax, and jobs, not to mention to improving the aesthetics of the neighborhood. Mr. Smith and his daughter have spent a significant amount of money and time assembling adjacent properties to create a more desirable site. Hopefully, you will agree to grant this demo permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comment? I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. 7 years. Thank you.
At the top of page 59, we have ordinance calendar 34,198 by Councilmember Morrell. This ordinance has been withdrawn. At the top of page 60, we have ordinance calendar 34,277 by Councilmember Thomas, Harris, and Green by request. Quality of life recommended approval. This will be moving forward to the meeting of 5/16. At the bottom of the page, we have legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,385 by Council Members Morrell, Moreno, Harris, and Green. This will be moving forward to the meeting of 5/16. We have motion line over M23-426 by Council Members Morrell, Moreno, Harris, and Green. This will be moving to the meeting of 5/16. We have motion line over M23-427 by Council Members Morrell, Moreno, Harris, and Green. This will come up at the meeting of 5/16. We have ordinance calendar 34,630 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with United Parcel Service, Inc., and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members and the public, because these issues they come after our Transportation Committee meeting, and I'm asked often, I give a summary. The New Orleans Aviation Board approved a lease agreement with United Parcel Service, Inc. for the lease of facilities located near Concourse D. Staff recommends approval to enter into a new lease agreement for an initial term of 5 years with an option exercisable by UPS to extend the initial term for an additional 5 years. The lease is subject to 90-day cancellation notice. Based on the current fair market value based rent slated in an appraisal, the rental rate for the facilities equals an amount of $34,800 a month or a yearly rate of $417,600. Annual CPI adjustments do apply. I move for approval. Seconded by Council President Moreno. Members, please vote your machine. Thank you for your support. 34,630 passes 7-0.
At the top of page 63, ordinance calendar 34,631 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a non-signatory airline lease agreement with Breeze Aviation Group, Inc., a non-signatory airline operating at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport under the circumstances in which a solicitation and selection process is not required by law and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members, the same explanation as the previous ordinance. This ordinance authorizes a non-signatory airline lease agreement with Breeze Aviation Group. In 2021, Breeze made a capital investment of $6.6 million at the airport and created 261 new direct jobs with flight crews, maintenance staff, and aircraft, all based in New Orleans. Breeze operates 11 routes with direct flight from New Orleans. So rather than sign the signatory agreement, then Breeze opted to change to the non-signatory rate structure given their current operations. A competitive solicitation process is not required for the non-signatory leases under Louisiana Revised Statute 2-135-1E. Non-signatory agreements terminate no later than the termination date of the signatory agreements. The airport and Breeze work to extend the signatory use and lease agreements for an additional 2-year period, January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025. You'd be surprised how many people actually ask me the things that I just read. It's been properly moved, seconded by Council President. Members, if you would vote your machine, thank you for your support. 670-434-631 passes. Thank you.
At the top of page 64, we have ordinance calendar 34,634 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner of encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1451 North Rampart Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement. Declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you for the explanation. Madam Clerk, I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted.
Ordinance calendar number 34,640 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on and over portion of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1501 Chapatula Street to fix the minimum price in the terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. Five yeas, motion, 6 yeas, motion passes.
At the top of page 65, ordinance calendar number 34,641 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portion of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 601 8th Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall it interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I need 6 yeas. Thank you.
7. Ordinance calendar number 34,642 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance calendar number 34,453, number 29739 MCS, adopted by the City Council on December 1st, 2023, relative to the levy of fees on property located in special security and improvement taxing districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2024, to establish the correct maximum amount or correct set amount for the fees levied for the Lake Forest Estate Improvement District, Tamron Subdivision Improvement District, and Twin Brook Security District, to levy the correct fees for Eastover Neighborhood Improvement and Security District, and to reference accurate enabling legislation as amended for the Lakeshore Crime Prevention District, Lake Oak Subdivision Improvement District, and Delegate Security and Improvement District, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Self-explanatory, special security and taxing improvement districts. Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Morrell. Vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance passes. Thank you.
At the top of page 66, we have ordinance calendar 34,645 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portion of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1718 Orado Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall the use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
It's been moved and seconded. Seven yeas. Thank you.
Ordinance calendar number 34,646 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 2515 Canal Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such uses granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate such space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
It's been moved and seconded. 6 yeas. Thank you.
7. We need one more. I thought. At the top of page 67, ordinance calendar number 34,647 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portion of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 709 Chapatula Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude, to declare that such use is granted and the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall the use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. 7 yeas.
Okay, council members, we will return back to page 18 on the consent agenda. We have ordinance calendar number 34,648 by Councilmember King, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 761 MCS zoning docket 4600, which granted a conditional use to permit a cocktail license to permit the expansion of an existing bar with live entertainment, secondary use in an HMC1 historic Marinitramate Bywater Commercial District and an AC1 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District located on Square 153, Lot 8 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Frenchman Street, Charter Street, Royal Street, and Elysian Fields Avenue. Municipal address 621 Frenchman Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto, zoning docket 2524, and we have an amendment to the ordinance in section 1 on page 1, delete the description. An amendment to delete proviso 1 and clarify proviso 7. In section 1 on page 1, delete line 10 in its entirety and renumber and list accordingly. In section 1 on page 2 on line 18, delete the word shall and insert the word may in lieu thereof.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Make a motion. Oh,
Good.
You have comment?
any comments?
No.
Let it,
Okay, we need to make a
Make a motion
vote
to
on the
amend.
amendment.
Second by Councilman Morrell. Seven yeas,
And then we need to vote on the ordinance as amended.
correct? All right, I make a motion, second by Councilmember Jeruso. Getting 7 yeas, no nays.
Okay.
Motion is adopted as amended. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 67, we have ordinance calendar number 34,649 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 4522 Paramount Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such uses granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval, second by Councilmember Thomas. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 68, we have ordinance calendar 34,652 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address of 244 Olivia Street, to fix the minimum price and said terms of price and terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted and the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right of way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34-653 by Councilmember Harris by request has been continued to the meeting of 5/16. On page 69, at the bottom, we have ordinance calendar 34,654 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portion of public right of way located at the municipal address 757 St. Charles Avenue, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted and the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall use interfere with the use of the public right of way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
It's been moved and seconded. Seven yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 71, we have ordinance calendar 34-659 by Councilmember Jeruso, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-812 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to clarify the requirements applicable to code amendments and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
This small tweak to our current rules requiring red lines when you amend the code of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. It simply clarifies that the amendment should also include a red line version, which makes the change easier to understand. It's already the current practice. We just want to make sure the law is clear. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Thomas. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion line over M2485 by Councilmember Thomas by request. This motion was referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval. There was a special meeting held on April 29th where the motion was voted and passed, so we won't be voting on the motion today.
Page 71. Madam Clerk, you're saying we're not voting on it today?
No, he was doing the lease agreement that we did during the special
Yeah,
meeting.
that was done.
Yes,
It's
we're not voting on it.
Okay,
Correct.
good, thank you.
At the top of page 72, resolution line over R2495 by Councilmember Thomas. This has been continued to the meeting of 5/17. At the top of page 73, we have motion line over M24-132 by Councilmembers Thomas and Harris by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans, the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and Wixford Health Sources, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign a professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans, the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and Wixford Health Sources. This matter was considered by the Criminal Justice Committee. A motion to approve favorably was not seconded, and no additional motion was made. Accordingly, this matter is being received with no recommendation.
Yeah, I think that was my fault at the committee meeting in terms of moving the agenda on to the next item before we got a second. Required the president, signature of the council president. It was heard at the committee. An initial term is 2 years with 3 potential extensions for $22,923,609, and for 1 year and $23,565,407 for 2 years. The DB requirement was waived. Move adoption.
Harris, thank you.
Second by Councilmember Marino. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion line over 24-143 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to the contract between the City of New Orleans and Ubuntu Village NOLA, and authorizing the president of the council to sign a contract between the City of New Orleans and Ubuntu Village NOLA This matter was referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. The Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
Heard and approved at the committee meeting, move adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris, vote your machine.
I just have a technical matter. since it's on the agenda.
Technical matter, Councilmember Green.
Just so that nobody will ask, it wasn't heard at the special meeting, right?
No, it's heard at the,
Committee meeting. So it says on the agenda, just because I just want to be correct. I don't want to have somebody come back and say, I didn't think you all had that on the special agenda. It was done at the committee meeting. So the red above 43 is not correct. That's all.
Well, not only human resources, you're the watcher of the agenda. Thank you for catching it, Councilman.
All right.
I think it's properly moved in second. 7 yeas, no nays, it's approved. Clerk, or do we need to move again?
Was it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, nothing.
At the top of page. At the top of page 74, we have motion line over M 24-151 by Councilmember Thomas and King by request. This matter is being withdrawn from the agenda.
Move.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion line over M 24-161 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to amendment number 10 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Quartet Corrections LLC, and authorizing the president of the council to sign amendment number 10, the contract between the city of New Orleans and Quartet Corrections LLC.
I heard and approved at the committee meeting, 1 year term, $158,880. Moved by me, second by Councilmember Harris. Vote your machines on the motion. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion's approved. Thank you.
At the top of page 75, we have motion line over M 24-163 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to amendment number 2 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and S.R. Williams Consulting LLC, and authorizing the president of the council to sign amendment number 2 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and S.R. Williams Consulting LLC. This was referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
Heard and approved at the committee, 1 year term, 15,000. Moved by me, second by Councilmember Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion's approved. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, M 24-191 by Council Members Harris, Green, Morrell, and King by request, confirming Howard Trey Nobles III as the Director of the Department of Property Management in accordance with Section 4-106 of the Home Rule Charter.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a appointment we heard in committee. Mr. Nobles is extremely qualified, answered all our questions, and completed all documentation to our satisfaction. And I move that we confirm him, Director of Department of Property Management. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. He is confirmed.
At the top of page 76, we have motion 24-192 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to amendment number 3 to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and Crutch Law, and authorizing the president of the council to sign the amendment number 3 to the professional service between the city of New Orleans and Crutch Law. This is referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
Approved at the committee level, 1 year term, $37,500. Crouch also fits the DBE. I move, second by Councilmember Marino. Vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion 24-193 by Councilmember Morrell, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26413 MCS, as amended by the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans, to consider maximum length regulations for driveways.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, members. Mr. President, before you get up, I'm going to say something right quick. So essentially what we're seeking to address here is, it had come to our attention, my office's attention, that due to an archaic interpretation of city planning, there is the possibility that landowners could create small roads by calling them driveways that would connect two roads to each other. And from my understanding, my lay interpretation of what a driveway is, typically a driveway is somewhere you pull in to park cars. We did not want to create an environment where private landowners or nonprofits could create essentially what would be pseudo city streets that could make traffic patterns, that could make log jams, that could create obligations the city would have to follow up on by making private roadways. This is seeking to have city planning commission give us language to correct that and not allow it to happen. Mr. Burnside.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity, not a paid actor, but I'm looking for a sponsor. So, I'll wear your t-shirt, paid for by. So, got great hair. So when it comes to driveways, driveways are interesting things because as one gentleman said, the city was not designed for driveways in its original inception when it first started out. And, for a person who has a curb cut and has a driveway, this is a little bit weird, but in my neighborhood, we're very proud of old things like granite curbstones and whatever. And new people have come in and put new houses, and the new houses are invariably 2 stories because it's cost effective. And they invariably have parking in front of the house, directly in front of the house, not off to the side. The car is not behind the front facade of the building. It's underneath the front facade of the building. So this is not a actual garage with a garage door. This is a carport. And the carport is underneath the front of the building. So the car technically does have its fender behind the front of the building, but it's right there in front of everybody's door. And it's right parked in such a manner that if 4 of them park in a duplex, they block the sidewalk. And sadly, the houses are quite ugly. So as we fight the argument of beautification versus utility, I might suggest that some of these new buildings be considered in light of the historical agreement where the car was not like parked right in front of the house. It was sort of off to the side and a little bit back and wasn't blocking the front door so thoroughly and effectively that you really do need a car to access the front door. So since this was here, I thought I would take the opportunity to complain for a few minutes because, well, being a reply guy, I guess that's what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
7 yeas, no nays. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
At the top of page 77, we have motion M24-197 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to the affiliation agreement between the city of New Orleans and Baptist Community Ministries and authorizing the president of council to sign the affiliation agreement between the city of New Orleans and Baptist Community Ministries. This was approved by criminal justice.
Well, this is an example of free is better than cheap. 2-year pro bono services. It was heard and approved at the Criminal Justice Committee meeting on Monday. Move adoption. 2-year term.
Can you press your button or is it not working for you?
Yeah.
Yes, moved by Thomas, seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor?
Aye.
7 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 78, we have motion M24-199 by council members Jeruso, Morrell, Harris, and Thomas, authorizing and directing the director of the Department of Finance in consultation with the city attorney to issue payments from the judgment fund established by chapter 70, article 3, division 40 of the code of the city of New Orleans to and as yet unpaid judgment creditors who have confiscated settlements of all or portion of their judgments against the city of New Orleans as identified in Exhibit A within 30 days of the date of this motion. The Departments of Finance and Law further authorized and directed to take any and all steps necessary to officiate the payments required hereunder, including through the execution of any appropriate settlement agreements and releases. If any judgment creditors on Exhibit A is not paid within 30 days of the date of this motion, the Director of Finance and the City Attorney are directed to provide the council with a full explanation for the delay in writing no later than May 27, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, one of the things we've worked on is trying to bring predictability to paying judgments. The Law Department provided our office a list of offers that were negotiated and accepted as of March 18. These offers total $3.68 million. That is roughly 1/3 of the nearly $11 million this council has allocated specifically to reduce the city's unpaid judgment list. Despite this money being readily available, the funds have not been used to satisfy these binding compromises reached between the law department and the judgment creditor. The motion directs the city attorney and finance to pay these 43 outstanding judgments within 30 days. Those judgments are not paid within this timeline. The motion requires the Department of Finance to provide a full written explanation of delay. I want to thank council members Morel, Harris, and Thomas for being co-sponsors. Seven yeas, no nays.
I'd be glad to be added as a co-sponsor, and I congratulate the council for addressing something that's been long outstanding, getting money into the hands of those who are owed it.
Thank you. Should we just add everybody?
Sure.
Let
Yep.
that full vote. Thank you.
At the top of page 7 and 9, motion 24-203 by Councilmember Thomas, directing the Department of Public Works Ground Transportation Bureau in conjunction with the city attorney to conduct a study and make recommendation for changes within 120 days of this motion regarding New Orleans City Code, Chapter 162, Vehicles for Hire, Article 7, Taxicabs, Division 4, Fares. These recommendations must be transmitted to the New Orleans City Council and presented at the council's Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee.
Vehicle for hire landscape has changed drastically. We're in not only in 21st century, but years behind other cities. We need to figure out how to remain competitive. Move adoption. Moved by me. Seconded by Councilmember Chiruso. Vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved.
At the top of page 80, we have motion M24-204 by Councilmember Thomas, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a text amendment to the ordinance number MCS 4264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26-413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 24.14.B.2B to exempt the areas between I-510 and Diamond Road and make the recommendations for any other amendments deemed necessary. In the course of review, the City Planning Commission should study the regulations in similarly situated municipalities and including but not limited to nearby parishes in southeast Louisiana, as well as applicable state regulations to guide potential amendment.
Another study moved by me, second by Councilmember Moreno. Vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted.
Okay, council members, we need to make a vote to go to ordinance on first reading.
You all don't always like to hear my voice, but you like to hear my voice. Say motion to move the ordinance is on first reading.
It's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Morel, or Jeruso. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34,669 by council members Jeruso and Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans Board to extend the term of January 1st, 2026, and to increase funding by $21 million of city bond funds for the public purpose of improving and maintaining resiliency and reliability of power generated at a Carrollton power plant for the benefit of the water, sewer, and drainage infrastructure for the city of New Orleans, and in turn, the health, welfare, and safety of the citizens in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,670 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in a GPD General Planned Development District on square 167, lots 11, 12, and 13, or lots A1 in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Bryson Street, Woodland Highway, Rankin Street, and Paul Street. Municipal address is 3439 Bryson Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1624. Ordinance calendar number 34,671 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in the GPD General Plan Development District on square 167, lots 14 and 15, or lots 14A in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Bryson Street, Woodland Highway, Rankin Street, and Paul Street. The municipal address is 3435 Bryson Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 1724. Ordinance calendar number 34,672 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in a GPD General Plan Development District on square 167, lots 16 and 17, or lots 16A in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Bryson Street, Woodland Highway, Rankin Street, and Paul Street. The municipal address is 3429 Bryson Street, zoning docket number 1824. Ordinance calendar number 34,673 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 21, Section 21.8.c and Section 21.8.c.16 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to allow existing cigar bars in the VCC2 Bucare Commercial District to have parklets and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2224. Ordinance calendar number 34,674 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 34-4 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the regulation of Mardi Gras parades by removing NICS from the parade permit list and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,675 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans City and the Odyssey House Louisiana Incorporated Odyssey House for a term greater than 1 year with total compensation exceeding $1 million for the public purpose of assuming operations at the city's low barrier shelter as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,676 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bar and the retail sales of packaged alcoholic beverages in an HUMU Historic Urban Mixed Use District and an HUC Historic Urban Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District on square 463 in the 7th Municipal District and bounded by Earhart Boulevard, Fern Street, Oleander Street, and Burdette Street. Municipal address is 7801 Earhart Boulevard and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 3024. Ordinance calendar number 34,677 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a subsequent cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, with Dillard University Police to provide mutual law enforcement aid within the boundaries of the Dillard University for continuity of services with a 1-year term as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,678 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 25, and 26 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to address regulatory and administrative barriers experienced by early child care and education, ECE, providers to streamline the zoning approval process and expedite expansion of ECE facilities in New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 224. Ordinance calendar number 34,679 by Council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate State Act 170 funds to the Office of the Mayor for the Family of Hope Center to support the Evening Reporting Center and its parent components and provide NOPD with additional resources to engage with the community in protecting residents and visitors and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,680 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate State Act 170 funds to the Office of the Mayor for the Family of Hope Center to support the Evening Reporting Center and its parent components and to provide NOPD with additional resources to engage with the community in protecting residents and visitors and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,681 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate additional funds to the Office of Police and Secondary Employment to cover the increase in reserve officers working secondary details, promotional increases, upgrade existing applications, programming, interface systems, and computer equipment, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,682 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate additional funds to the Office of Police and Secondary Employment to cover the increase in reserve officers working secondary details, promotional increases, upgrade existing application interface systems and computer equipment, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,683 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate grant funds from the U.S. Department of Labor to the Office of Workforce Investment and assist job seekers to employers by providing career and training services in New Orleans Parish, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,684 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate grant funds from the U.S. Department of Labor to the Office of Workforce Investment to assist job seekers and employers by providing career and training services in Orleans Parish, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first readings.
Can we get, the motion to adjourn was first by Green, seconded by Moreno. Members, aye.